Chapter 0, Horizon's Edge Number 4. The Tower of Icaron-Prime by Arthur F. Isley. Chapter 1. Shadowed corridors. The hum of Orbital Station 7's life support systems was a lullaby Commander J. Corbett had long ago tuned out. But today it grated on his nerves like static. He leaned back in his chair, boots propped on the edge of his desk, staring at the holographic briefing flickering above the data pad. 3 freighters, Stellar Wanderer, Orion's Gift, and Void Dancer, had dropped out of faster-than-light FTL travel within a week, all at the same coordinates in the uncharted expanse dubbed the Black Fields. His eyes traced the flight paths, a tangle of vectors frozen in time, converging on nothing. Jay's comm unit chirped, Alara Wynn's face materializing beside the holographic charts. Her silver hair was pulled back into a neat bun, but stray strands framed her face, testament to the urgency of their situation. "Jay," she said without preamble, "you seeing this?" "Just now," Jay replied, swiping the air to minimize the briefing. 3 ships in a week, same coordinates, can't be a coincidence." Alara nodded, her gaze sharp. "And it's not natural. The nav systems aren't failing. Something's forcing them out of FTL." Jay grunted agreement. "Any ideas who'd want to pull stunts like this along the Andoran trade routes?" "None," Alara admitted. "But someone's holding a route hostage, and that makes it a matter for Gate Commission." Jay rubbed his chin, stubble rasping under his fingers. He knew what that meant. A joint operation, him representing the fleet, Alara the Gate Commission. Not an unusual pairing. They'd worked together before, their skills complementary. "Anything else I should know?" "Nia's digging into the sensor logs," Alara said. "If there's a pattern, she'll find it." Jay raised an eyebrow. "Our little prodigy still pulling double shifts," Alara smirked. "You know Nia, obsessed with her work, but she's good, better than good." Lieutenant Nia Voss was indeed a prodigy, a genius with numbers and patterns, able to see connections where others saw chaos. If there was something hidden in those sensor logs, Nia would sniff it out. Jay stood, stretching the kinks from his back. "All right, let's give her some time. I'll meet you at the briefing room in an hour." Alara nodded, then paused. "Jay, be careful. Whoever's behind this, they're playing with FTL drives. That's dangerous stuff." Jay offered a reassuring smile. "Always am." He cut the comm and looked back at the holographic chart. 3 points in the void, equidistant, forming an invisible line across the map. A corridor waiting to be explored. The briefing room was a sterile expanse of white walls and glowing data panels. Jay entered to find Alara already there, pacing like a caged animal. She looked up as he approached, relief flickering across her features before she masked it with professionalism. "Any word from Nia?" Jay asked, sliding into his chair. Alara shook her head. "Still crunching numbers." Jay tapped the table, calling up the holographic map of the Black Fields. It expanded between them, stars and vectors stretching out like a cosmic spiderweb. He traced the route with his finger. "What do we know about this area? Anything unusual?" Alara shook her head again. "It's uncharted space, Jay. We're talking light years from any known systems or anomalies." "Uncharted doesn't mean empty," Jay murmured. "Something's out there, something big enough to grab these ships and pull them out of FTL." Before Alara could respond, the door slid open, revealing Nia Voss. Her eyes were bright behind round glasses, hair a wild tangle of curls. She clutched a data pad like it was her lifeline. "You found something," Jay stated, leaning forward. Nia grinned, dropping into a chair and spreading printouts across the table. "You bet I did. Check this out." She tapped her pad, overlaying new data onto the holographic map. A faint line pulsed with energy, connecting the 3 points where the freighters had dropped out of FTL. Jay's eyebrows shot up. "That's a corridor." "Exactly," Nia agreed. "And look at this." She magnified a section of the map, showing spikes in background radiation at each point. A harmonic signature echoed through the readings, a ghostly melody only audible to those who knew how to listen. Alara leaned closer, her breath fogging the hologram. "A frequency, someone's broadcasting it." Nia nodded eagerly. "And here's the kicker, it's not just any frequency. It matches an old Gate Commission archive on harmonic resonances used in prototype FTL drives back during the Great Expansion." Jay whistled low. "So, someone's using experimental tech to force ships out of FTL." Alara looked grim. "And they've got the power to pull it off across light years. That's That's beyond anything we've seen before. Nia tapped her pad again, pulling up schematics of the affected ship's nav systems. They're targeting specific frequencies in the drive's resonance patterns. It's like jamming a comm signal, but on an astronomical scale. Jay studied the data, his mind racing. We need to find out who's behind this and why. Whoever it is, they're holding major trade routes hostage. He looked at Alara. Any leads on potential suspects? Alara shook her head. Not yet, but if Nia's right about the tech, we're talking about someone with access to classified information or a lot of resources to reverse engineer it. Jay leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming against the table. We need more data. Nia, can you triangulate the source of the broadcast? Nia bit her lip, scrolling through reams of code on her pad. It's tricky. The signal is dispersed over a wide area, but I might be able to narrow it down if we get closer to the last blackout site. Alara nodded. We can take the Aurora, it's fast and well-armed. Jay stood, resolve hardening in his eyes. Then that's our next move. Alara, you coordinate with Fleet Command. Nia, keep digging into those logs. We need every advantage we can get. The Aurora sliced through the void like a knife, its sleek hull cutting through the starlit expanse with barely a whisper of engines. Jay stood on the bridge, gaze fixed on the forward viewport as the black fields loomed ahead, a vast emptiness where stars seemed dimmer, more distant. Alara joined him, her presence a comforting familiarity. We're approaching the last blackout coordinates, she said softly. Jay nodded, turning to the comm officer. Status! The ensign turned from his console, eyes wide behind round glasses. Approaching target zone in 5 minutes, Commander. Nia sat at a nearby station, fingers dancing over controls as she fed data into her pad. Her brow furrowed in concentration, lips moving silently as she murmured equations. Jay watched the stars outside shift subtly, a shimmering distortion rippling through the void like heat waves. The Aurora shuddered slightly, alarms blaring as navigation systems flickered erratically. Shield up, Jay barked, heart pounding. Nia, what are you seeing? Nia's eyes widened behind her glasses. It's the signal stronger here than in the logs. It's interfering with our FTL drive. Alara stepped forward, urgency in her voice. Can we bypass it? Nia shook her head frantically. Not without shutting down the drive completely. We need to get out of range. Jay's grip tightened on the comm unit. He ordered the pilot, take us out now. The Aurora lurched forward, engines roaring as they surged away from the disturbance. The shimmering distortion receded, navigation systems stabilizing with a final shudder. Alara exhaled sharply, relief etched on her face. Close call, Jay nodded grimly. Too close. He turned to Nia. Any luck triangulating that signal? Nia's fingers flew over the controls again. Data streams cascaded down screens, numbers and patterns coalescing into a map. Got it, she exclaimed triumphantly. A new point glowed on the holographic display, a beacon in the void. Jay studied the coordinates, a chill running down his spine. The signal originated from an uncharted system, tucked away in a labyrinth of asteroids and nebulae. A hidden fortress, untouched by civilian or fleet eyes. This is it, he murmured, the tower of Icaron-Prime. Alara looked at him sharply. Icaron-Prime, you've heard of this place? Jay shook his head. Just a name whispered in old tales, an ancient station lost to time. If someone's using it to control FTL traffic, we need to find out who and why. He turned back to the crew, resolve burning in his eyes. Set course for Icaron-Prime. Let's see what secrets they're hiding. The Aurora banked smoothly, stars wheeling around them as they plunged deeper into the unknown. Jay felt a thrill of anticipation mingling with caution, a dangerous cocktail that had served him well throughout his career. As they ventured further from known space, Jay couldn't shake the sense of awe and trepidation. The void held wonders and dangers beyond imagining, and he was poised on the edge, ready to leap into the abyss. For better or worse, the mystery of the black fields awaited them at Icaron-Prime, a tower rising from the ashes of history, guarding secrets that could change the course of stellar navigation forever. Chapter 2, Shadows in the Steel. The approach to Icaron-Prime was a ballet of rust and echoes. The squadron's engines hummed softly as Commander J. Corbett guided the sleek silver craft through the labyrinth of orbital rings. These once bustling thoroughfares now hung silent, like skeletal remnants of an ancient civilization adrift in the void. The docking platforms, massive structures designed to receive titans of the Federation fleet, stood empty and forlorn, their surfaces pocked with micrometeorite impacts and stained by decades of solar wind. Ilara Wynn, Gate Commissioner and Jay's counterpart in diplomatic affairs, sat beside him in the cockpit. Her fingers danced over her console, pulling up holographic maps and data feeds from the local station authority. She pursed her lips, frowning at the sparse information streaming across her screens. "Jay, I'm getting nothing but static on these feeds," she muttered, adjusting her earpiece. "It's like they're broadcasting through a storm." Jay glanced at her, then back to the windshield display showing their approach vector. "Can't say I'm surprised. This place has been left to rot for 20 years. Maybe their tech is as old as their docks." Ilara snorted softly. "Or maybe they're hiding something. Their fear isn't just of these black fields, Jay. There's more to it." Jay nodded slowly, remembering the strange structure he'd glimpsed on approach, tall, narrow, dark against the stars. It didn't fit with anything in their star charts or station blueprints. A shiver ran down his spine as he thought about the signal scatter when Nia tried to scan it. "Nia," Jay called out over the comms, "any updates on that anomaly?" Nia Voss's voice crackled back through the speakers, her tone sharp with concentration. "Still working on it, Commander. Whatever it is, it's actively resisting our scans. It's like trying to see through smoke." Jay acknowledged with a grunt and switched off the comms. He turned his attention back to Ilara. "We need to tread carefully here. Something doesn't add up." Ilara nodded agreement. "Let's hope the locals are more cooperative face-to-face than they've been over comms." The docking bay loomed before them, a vast cavern of shadowed steel. Jay expertly maneuvered their ship into position, aligning with the ancient guidelines that still flickered on in response to their approach signals. The clamps engaged with a series of metallic thuds, locking them securely in place. As they disembarked, the airlock hissing open to reveal a stark corridor bathed in harsh fluorescent light, Jay felt an unsettling sense of being watched. He glanced around, seeing only the dusty remnants of past glory, crates stacked haphazardly, faded Federation insignia on rusted bulkheads. Ilara led the way, her boots echoing down the empty hall. "This place gives me the creeps," she whispered, though Jay knew she wasn't one to shy away from danger. Her voice carried a note of unease that mirrored his own feelings. They reached an intersection where a single holographic directory still functioned, its display flickering weakly. Ilara consulted her datapad and pointed left. "Control center is this way." The control center was a cavernous room filled with antiquated consoles, most dark and dormant. A few flickered with life, manned by weary-looking personnel in tattered uniforms. The air smelled of ozone and stale coffee. A woman approached them, her steps slow but purposeful. She was middle-aged, her hair streaked with gray, eyes wary beneath heavy brows. "You must be the Federation representatives," she said, extending a hand. "I'm Director Lyra Kine." Jay shook her hand firmly. "Commander Jay Corbett. This is Gate Commissioner Ilara Wynn." He noted the slight tremor in her grip, the tension around her eyes. Director Kine gestured to a nearby console. "Let's get straight to business. What do you need from us?" Ilara stepped forward, her tone measured yet firm. "We're here to investigate the Black Fields phenomena. We've been told you have records, maybe even eyewitness accounts." Kine hesitated before pulling up a holographic interface. It flickered to life, displaying grainy footage of swirling darkness consuming starships. Jay leaned in, his brow furrowing as he watched. "That's terrifying," Ilara murmured. Kine nodded grimly. "It started 3 months ago. One ship disappeared, then another. Now it's happening almost daily." Jay pointed at the dark anomaly on the screen. "And that structure in high orbit, what can you tell us about it?" Kine froze, her expression shifting from cautious to guarded. "Structure, I don't know what you're talking about." Ilara exchanged a glance with Jay before pressing further. "We picked up something unusual on approach, tall, narrow, dark. It doesn't match any of your registered configurations." The director's eyes narrowed, and she took a step back. "I assure you, Commander, there's nothing out there but the remnants of our old yards." Jay leaned forward, his voice low but insistent. "Director Kine, we're here to help, but we need all the information you can provide." Kine looked away briefly before turning back to them. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "There are rumors. Tales among the workers about something new appearing in orbit, something not of this world, but no one dares speak openly about it." Ilara's expression softened slightly, her tone gentle yet probing. "And why is that?" The director's gaze flicked nervously around the room before settling back on them. "Because those who do, they disappear too, like the ships, like the people." A chill ran through Jay as he absorbed Kine's words. He felt a growing sense of urgency, a need to uncover whatever lurked in the shadows of Icaron-Prime. "All right," he said, making a decision on the spot. "We'll start with those eyewitness accounts and any logs you have on the disappearances. And we need access to your long-range sensors." Kine nodded reluctantly, pulling up more data streams. As she did so, an alarm blared through the control center, sharp, insistent, echoing off the metal walls. Everyone froze. Jay's hand instinctively went to his sidearm as he scanned the room for threats. Ilara gripped her datapad tighter, eyes wide with sudden alertness. "What is it?" Jay demanded. Director Kine rushed to a console, fingers flying over controls. A holographic display materialized before them, live feed from an external sensor array. It showed the swirling darkness of a black field expanding rapidly, its edges tinged with ominous light. "Black field activity," Kine breathed, her voice barely audible over the alarm. "But it's too close." Jay stepped closer to the display, heart pounding as he watched the field creep nearer to Icaron-Prime's orbital rings. It was unlike anything he'd seen before, alive, almost sentient in its movement. Ilara looked at him, her expression grave. "We need to warn our ships, if that thing reaches us." Jay nodded sharply and turned to Director Kine. "Get everyone to shelter. We'll handle this from here." As the director issued orders over her comms, Jay contacted Nia via his earpiece. "Nia, we've got an active black field headed our way. Prepare for evasive maneuvers if necessary." Static crackled briefly before Nia's response came through clear. "Understood, Commander. I'm already plotting escape vectors just in case." Ilara turned to Jay, determination in her eyes. "We need more data on this thing, if it's some kind of entity or anomaly." Jay agreed silently and moved swiftly toward another console, activating its systems with practiced ease. Data streams poured onto the display, raw sensor readings and telemetry from nearby stations. He sifted through the information, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of it all. The black field seemed to defy conventional physics, its gravitational pull inconsistent, energy signatures fluctuating wildly. Ilara worked beside him, her fingers flying over controls as she cross-referenced their findings with Federation archives. "There's something unusual about these readings," she murmured, frowning at a particular set of data points. "It's almost like it's alive." Jay nodded absently, focusing on another anomaly, a blip on the edge of their sensor range that flickered in and out of detection. It was faint but unmistakable, a pulse echoing from high orbit. He pointed it out to Ilara. "That could be our structure if we can triangulate its position." Ilara nodded, her expression intense as she worked. Minutes ticked by agonizingly slow, each second bringing the black field closer. Finally, Ilara looked up with a mixture of relief and trepidation. "We've got it," she said softly. "High orbit, coordinates locked." Jay relayed the information to Nia, who acknowledged quickly before adding, "Commander, I'm detecting multiple energy spikes from that location. Whatever it is, it's active." The implication sent a shiver down Jay's spine. He turned back to Director Kine, who watched them both with a mix of hope and fear. "We need to investigate this structure," he said firmly. "It might be key to understanding the black fields." Kine hesitated before nodding reluctantly. "I'll give you access to one of our old shuttles. It's not much, but it should get you there." Ilara looked at Jay, her expression resolute. "We're going up," Jay met her gaze steadily. "Yes, we need answers, and that structure is our best lead." They moved swiftly through the station, guided by Kine's instructions. The shuttle bay was a dusty relic, filled with ancient craft covered in protective shrouds. Director Kine led them to a slightly less decrepit vessel and activated its systems manually. As Jay and Ilara strapped into the pilot's seats, Nia's voice came through their comms again. "I'm detecting increased activity from both the black field and that structure, Commander." Jay gripped the controls tightly, his gaze fixed on the shuttle's display as it hummed to life around them. "Understood, Nia, we're en route now." Alara glanced at him, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights of the control panel. "Whatever we find up there, Jay, be ready for anything." Jay nodded grimly and engaged the thrusters. The shuttle lurched upward, leaving behind the shadows of Icaron-Prime's orbital rings. As they ascended into the void, Jay couldn't shake the feeling that they were venturing into uncharted territory, not just of space, but of reality itself. The structure loomed closer on their displays, a monolithic tower against the stars, its surface absorbing light like some cosmic abyss. "Nia," he called out, "keep us updated on any changes." "We're right behind you, Commander," she replied steadily. "Good luck up there." Alara leaned forward, her eyes locked onto the growing form ahead. "This is it," she whispered. "Whatever we find, it's going to change everything." Jay felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation as they approached the enigmatic tower. Its dark silhouette grew larger, more ominous, and he couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within its depths. The shuttle shuddered slightly as they neared, buffeted by unseen forces radiating from the structure. Jay compensated smoothly, guiding them closer to an exposed airlock, if it could be called that. It was a yawning maw of darkness, devoid of any markings or identifiers. Alara looked at him, her expression resolute. "Ready?" Jay took a deep breath and engaged the docking clamps with deliberate care. The shuttle groaned softly as it locked onto the tower's surface. For a moment there was silence, then a soft hiss as the airlock equalized pressure. The hatch opened before them, revealing an abyss of absolute darkness. Jay drew his sidearm, its beam casting eerie shadows on the cold metal walls. Alara followed suit, her steps cautious as she joined him at the threshold. Together they stepped into the void, their breaths misting in the frigid air. The tower's interior was a labyrinth of shadowed corridors, lit only by the flickering beams of their weapons. Each step echoed ominously, amplified by the stark silence surrounding them. Alara reached out tentatively, her fingers tracing patterns on the smooth walls. "This isn't Federation tech," she murmured. "It's alien," Jay nodded silently, his senses heightened as they delved deeper into the tower. The air grew heavier, charged with an electric energy that prickled their skin. He could feel it, a pulsating heartbeat resonating through the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, Alara stopped abruptly, her hand shooting out to halt Jay's progress. "Look," she whispered, pointing at a faint glow emanating from around a bend ahead. They approached cautiously, rounding the corner to reveal an immense chamber bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood something akin to a monolith, tall and slender, pulsating with raw energy that shimmered like liquid starlight. Jay stared in awe, his mind struggling to comprehend what he saw. The structure seemed almost organic, its surface rippling with intricate patterns reminiscent of neural pathways or stellar maps. Alara stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's beautiful." Jay felt a strange resonance within him, as if the tower itself was reaching out, probing his mind. He shook off the sensation, focusing on the task at hand. They needed answers, now more than ever. He activated his comms device once again. "Nia, we've found something. It's indescribable." Static crackled briefly before Nia responded urgently. "Commander, your vitals are spiking. Whatever you're seeing," Jay cut her off. "We need to understand this thing. If it's connected to the black fields..." Alara nodded grimly, stepping closer still toward the monolith. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against its surface. A surge of energy exploded through her, knocking her back. Jay lunged forward, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed but awake. "What happened?" he demanded urgently. Alara gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts. "I saw things, Jay, images, stars dying, worlds being born." She looked up at him, her expression haunted. "It's not just a structure. It's alive." Jay stared at the monolith, a sense of dread washing over him. Whatever this entity was, it held answers, answers that could change the course of their mission and perhaps even the fate of the galaxy. As they stood there amidst the pulsating light, Jay made his decision. They would delve deeper into the tower's secrets, whatever dangers lay ahead. For now, though, they needed to return to Icaron-Prime and warn the others, before it was too late. With Alara steadied beside him, Jay turned back toward the airlock, leaving behind the enigmatic monolith for another time. As they retraced their steps through the shadowed corridors, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had awakened within them, a primal understanding etched into the very core of his being. The shuttle ride back was tense but uneventful, each moment filled with silent contemplation. Upon re-entering the control center at Icaron-Prime, they found Director Kine waiting anxiously. Her gaze flicked between them, taking in their grim expressions. "What did you find?" Jay met her eyes steadily. "Something beyond our understanding, Director. We need to prepare for the worst." Kine's face paled as she absorbed his words. She nodded slowly before turning to issue orders over comms once more. As Jay and Alara exchanged glances, they both knew their mission had just taken a dark turn. Whatever lurked within the tower above Icaron-Prime, it was far from benign, and they were now inextricably linked to its fate. Chapter 3. The Yard, Old Shipyard. New mystery. The docking bay of the Orion's Wrath hummed with the familiar whir of mechanical arms and the distant echo of metallic clangs as Commander J. Corbett and Dr. Alara Wynn stepped onto the platform. The airlock hissed open, revealing a vista that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Icaron-Prime loomed before them, a colossal, weathered structure floating in the void like an ancient leviathan. Its surface, pockmarked with rust and scars of countless collisions, told tales of a bygone era when starships were born here by the thousands. The docking ring they stood on was a relic itself, its edges worn smooth by decades of use. Jay's boots clicked sharply against the grating as he surveyed the expanse. "This place, it's like stepping into history," he murmured, his breath fogging up in the chilled air. Alara adjusted her environmental suit, her eyes reflecting the stark lights casting long shadows across the yard. "It's impressive, but also a bit eerie, like walking through a graveyard of giants." Harlan Kess approached them with a measured stride, his boots echoing Jay's. A grizzled veteran with lines etched deep into his weathered face, he wore an old jumpsuit stained with the grease and grit of decades. "Welcome to Icaron-Prime," he said gruffly, extending a calloused hand to both Jay and Alara. "You two are the first off-worlders in years who aren't here to pick up scraps." Jay shook his hand firmly. "Commander J. Corbett, Gate Commissioner Dr. Alara Wynn, we're here on an unusual investigation." Harlan raised an eyebrow but didn't pry. Instead, he gestured towards the colossal structure ahead. "This is where it all began and ended for most of us. The yard's seen better days, but she's still standing." He led them through a labyrinth of rusted catwalks and dormant machinery, each step echoing in the vast emptiness. Alara pointed to a towering silhouette in the distance, its sleek lines contrasting sharply with the yard's industrial griminess. "What is that?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the faint hum of distant power cells. Harlan followed her gaze. "Ah, that's new, built about 6 months back by some off-world company, modified one of our old docking platforms into something special." He hesitated, as if choosing his words carefully. "They said it was for research, never saw much activity there, though." Jay's eyes narrowed. "Research? What kind?" Harlan shrugged. "That's the funny thing, no one knows. The crew that came in were tight-lipped and kept to themselves. They didn't even use the yard facilities much." He paused at a junction where 3 paths diverged. "This way leads to the storage depots. That's where we keep most of the old scrap." As they ventured deeper into the yard, Jay couldn't shake off the sense of unease. The place was eerily quiet, save for the distant clanking of metal and the faint whine of aged machinery. They passed through cavernous hangars, each capable of housing entire fleets, now filled with the skeletal remains of starships and the ghostly echoes of their past glory. Harlan led them to a vast dome-shaped structure, its walls lined with towering stacks of metal. "Here it is, the storage depots," he announced, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Millions of tons of recycled shipyard steel stretched out before them, each piece tagged and numbered like silent sentinels. Alara ran a gloved hand over one of the rusted plates. "This is amazing. It's like an entire city worth of metal just sitting here." Harlan chuckled grimly. "Yeah, well, it's not supposed to be. These were sold off years ago when the yard was decommissioned. Contractors were supposed to pick them up but never did." Jay's gaze swept over the stacks. "Who bought this steel?" Harlan hesitated before answering. A holding company registered 3 jumps from here. Jay's eyes sharpened. And who's behind that company? The engineer shook his head. No idea, Commander. The paperwork was all in order, at least as far as we could tell, just another corporate shell game. Jay nodded slowly, his mind racing. He turned to Alara. We need to dig into this holding company, see who's pulling the strings. Alara pulled out a slim data pad and began inputting commands. I'll run a deep scan on their registrations and financials. If there's anything shady going on, I'll find it. Harlan watched them with an unreadable expression. You think someone's using this yard for something they shouldn't be? Jay met his gaze steadily. That's what we're here to find out. The engineer led them back through the maze of catwalks and machinery, eventually guiding them towards a small office tucked away in one corner of the yard. Inside, dusty consoles and holographic displays hummed with faint life, remnants of a bygone era when Icaron-Prime was the heartbeat of stellar engineering. Harlan activated an old console, bringing up a flickering hologram that displayed countless manifests and inventory lists. Here's everything we have on file. It's not much, but it should give you a starting point. Jay leaned in, scanning the data. His eyes zeroed in on a specific entry, a large purchase of steel and modifications to one of the docking platforms. The date matched Harlan's timeline. Alara leaned over his shoulder, her brow furrowed. This is it, she murmured. The same company that bought the steel also ordered those platform modifications. Jay straightened up, his expression grave. We need access to those platforms. If someone's been using this yard for nefarious purposes, we'll find evidence there. Harlan nodded slowly. I can get you in, but be careful. Those platforms are no longer standard issue. The modifications, they're unlike anything I've seen before. As they made their way back to the docking ring, Jay couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. The yard was vast and empty, yet there was an almost palpable sense of presence, as if unseen eyes followed their every move. Alara noticed his unease. You okay? She asked softly. Jay glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the shadows cast by towering structures. Yeah, just something doesn't feel right. This place has too many secrets. They boarded a small shuttle, Harlan piloting with practiced ease through the labyrinth of the yard. The craft swooped and dived between massive hangars and derelict ships, each maneuver guided by an unspoken familiarity only a veteran engineer could possess. The new structure loomed closer, its sleek lines stark against the rusted backdrop. As they approached, Jay noticed details that sent a chill down his spine. The seamless integration of advanced tech with archaic machinery, the subtle hum of energy fields shielding its perimeter. Harlan guided the shuttle to a docking port on the platform's edge. This is as close as we can get without triggering any alarms, he explained, his voice tight. Jay and Alara disembarked, their boots clanging against the reinforced metal grating. The air was colder here, tinged with an electric charge that prickled Jay's skin. They moved cautiously, weapons ready but not drawn, towards the central hub of the platform. The structure's interior was a revelation, a blend of cutting-edge tech and ancient engineering. Holographic displays flickered to life as they entered, casting eerie shadows on polished surfaces. Alara's fingers danced over her data pad, syncing with the platform systems to bypass security protocols. This is advanced, she murmured, eyes scanning lines of code. Way beyond anything we've seen in the sector. Jay nodded grimly. And it's not supposed to be here. They ventured deeper into the platform, navigating corridors lined with strange machinery. Devices that pulsed with an otherworldly energy, hummed softly, and seemed to defy conventional physics. In one chamber, they found a massive reactor core, its heart glowing with raw power. Jay's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the signature. This wasn't standard stellar tech. It bore the markings of ancient technology, something from beyond the known galaxy. Alara's voice was barely a whisper. Jay, this isn't human. Whatever they're doing here, it's not something we can handle alone. Jay stepped closer to the reactor, his senses heightened. The energy field rippled around him, and for a moment he felt an inexplicable connection, like a memory echoing through time. Suddenly, alarms blared through the platform. Lights flickered red, and a stern voice echoed from hidden speakers. Unauthorized access detected. Intruders vacate the premises immediately. Harlan's comm unit crackled to life. "Commander, we need to go now." Jay exchanged a glance with Alara. They sprinted back through the corridors, their hearts pounding in sync with the alarms. The shuttle was waiting, engines humming softly as Harlan guided them away from the platform. Behind them, the structure pulsed with energy, its defenses activating in response to their intrusion. As they sped back towards the main yard, Jay couldn't shake off the image of that ancient reactor core. Whatever secrets Icaron-Prime held, they were far more dangerous than he'd imagined. Back at the docking ring, Harlan shut down the shuttle and turned to them. His face was grim. "You found something," Jay nodded. "And it changes everything." Alara looked out at the sprawling yard, her expression thoughtful. "We need to report this. If there's ancient tech involved, the Gate Commission needs to know." Harlan shrugged. "I've seen a lot in my time, but this is something else." He paused, then added softly, "Just be careful, Commander. Icaron-Prime has a way of swallowing secrets and those who seek them." Jay clasped his shoulder. "Thank you, Harlan. We'll be in touch." As they prepared to board the Orion's Wrath, Jay couldn't help but glance back at the yard, a silent sentinel in the void, guarding ancient mysteries and new dangers alike. Inside the ship, Alara immediately began relaying their findings to the Gate Commission. Jay stood by the observation deck, watching Icaron-Prime recede into the distance. The towering structure seemed to shimmer against the stars, a beacon of both wonder and trepidation. "Commander," Alara called from her console, "I've sent the data through secure channels. They're dispatching a task force to investigate." Jay turned to her, his expression resolute. "Good, we need backup for whatever we're dealing with here." Alara nodded, her gaze returning to the data pad. "This isn't over, Jay. Whoever's behind this won't give up so easily." He smiled grimly. "I know, but we're not backing down either. Whatever secrets Icaron-Prime holds, we'll uncover them and stop those who seek to misuse its power." Chapter 4. Shadows of Steel, the shuttle's engines hummed a steady lullaby as Commander J. Corbett guided it through the sprawling necropolis of space junk and derelict ships that orbited Icaron-Prime. The yard's perimeter was a hazy boundary of debris and forgotten relics, a graveyard of humanity's technological ambitions. He tapped the coordinates Nia Voss had sent him into the navigation system, and the shuttle veered towards an unseen marker on the edge of the digital map. Jay's gaze flicked between the nav display and the panoramic viewport that framed the infinite expanse of stars and the stark silhouette of the asteroid field. The comm unit crackled softly, Nia's voice a ghostly whisper in the confined space. "Jay, you're approaching the coordinates now. Keep an eye out for any anomalies." "Copy that," Jay responded, his voice steady despite the knot tightening in his stomach. He leaned forward, eyes scanning the void for anything unusual. At first, there was nothing, just the endless dance of asteroids and the cold glow of distant stars. Then a flicker of movement caught his eye. A shadow detached itself from the background, growing more distinct as he adjusted his course. It was massive, a vertical column that stretched upwards like a monolith reaching for the heavens. Jay's breath hitched. This wasn't what he'd expected. Not another station or shipwreck, something far more enigmatic and ominous. The structure loomed before him, its surface an abyss of darkness that swallowed light and reflection alike. It stood sentinel on the surface of a jagged asteroid, defying gravity with its sheer audacity. He brought the shuttle closer, activating every sensor and scanner at his disposal. The results were baffling. No thermal signatures, no electromagnetic emissions, nothing but an echoing void where data should have been. Nia had warned him about the absorption pattern, but experiencing it firsthand was surreal. It was as if the tower wasn't there, except he could see it, a stark silhouette against the starfield. Jay circled the monstrosity, his shuttle's floodlights cutting through the darkness like blades. The tower's surface revealed itself in increments. Recycled shipyard steel, its familiar grit and patina stark against the obsidian panels. Industrial grading ran along its length, providing footholds for hypothetical climbers or maintenance drones. A shiver ran down Jay's spine as he recognized the construction style. This was no alien artifact. It bore all the hallmarks of human engineering. The magnetic anchoring systems etched into the asteroid's surface were standard issue, designed to withstand the brutal forces of microgravity and vacuum. Nia, he called out, his voice barely above a whisper, you need to see this. Her reply was immediate. I'm receiving your visual feed, it looks like something from a nightmare, Jay. Nightmare or not, it's built by humans, he replied grimly. And I have a bad feeling about who might be behind it. The shuttle completed another circuit around the tower. Jay noted the lack of markings or insignia, no corporate logos, no military tags. Just smooth, unbroken darkness interrupted only by the harsh lines of metal framework. He banked sharply and brought the shuttle into a hover near the base. The asteroid's surface was pockmarked with craters and strewn with debris, but there were no signs of recent activity. No footprints, no equipment left behind. Whoever built this had done so with meticulous care to leave no trace. Jay, Nia interrupted his thoughts, I'm running a deep scan on the tower's composition. The results are unusual. What do you mean? The steel matches Icaron-Prime's recycled stock, but there are traces of something else. A compound I can't identify. It's interfering with my sensors, making it hard to get a clear read. Jay frowned, toggling through various sensor modes on his console. Can you isolate the unknown compound? No luck so far, she admitted. It's almost as if whatever they used is designed to evade detection. Great, Jay muttered, leaning back in his seat. He stared at the tower, trying to make sense of its purpose. Who would build such a monstrosity out here? And why? The comm unit beeped again, this time displaying an incoming message from Dr. Alara Wynn, Gate Commissioner and Jay's superior. Her holographic avatar materialized above the console, her expression grave. Commander Corbett, she began without preamble, I received your initial report about the structure. What can you tell me? Jay quickly summarized his findings. The tower's construction from recycled materials, its stealth capabilities, and Nia's inability to identify an unknown compound integrated into the steel. Alara listened intently, her fingers drumming on a table out of frame. This changes things, she said finally. If it's human-made, we need to consider who has access to both Icaron-Prime's resources and advanced Kither remnant technology. Jay nodded grimly. My thoughts exactly. The Syndicate comes to mind, specifically the Black Dawn faction. They've been active in this sector, and they have the connections to pull off something like this. Alara's avatar flickered slightly as she processed his words. I'll need more than speculation, Jay. Can you gather evidence? Samples, perhaps? Jay glanced at the tower looming ominously outside his viewport. The idea of collecting samples from that monstrosity sent a chill down his spine. But Alara was right. They needed concrete proof. I'll see what I can do, he said, determination hardening in his voice. But it won't be easy. Whatever this thing is, it's designed to stay hidden. Alara's gaze softened slightly. Be careful, Jay. If the Syndicate is involved, you could be walking into a trap. He offered her a small smile. When have I ever done anything else? As Alara signed off, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the tower's eerie presence, Jay took a deep breath. He activated the shuttle's external manipulator arm, extending it towards the tower's base. The mechanical claw brushed against the obsidian paneling, sparks flying as it grappled for purchase. Jay guided it carefully, feeling like an archaeologist handling a relic from another age. The manipulator arm retracted, bearing a small chunk of steel and an even smaller fragment of the mysterious compound. He placed them in separate containment tubes, sealing them tightly before stowing them safely within the shuttle's secured cargo hold. With that done, he powered up the engines and pulled away from the asteroid's surface. As they ascended, Jay couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The tower receded into the distance, but its dark silhouette lingered in his mind like a haunting specter. Whoever built this wanted it hidden for a reason, and uncovering that reason might just plunge him into deeper shadows than he'd ever imagined. Back at Icaron-Prime's orbital station, Jay docked the shuttle and made his way to Alara's office. She greeted him with a nod, her eyes reflecting the gravity of their situation. Show me what you found, she said, leading him to a lab adjacent to her office. Jay handed over the containment tubes, watching as Alara meticulously examined them under various scanners and microscopes. Her brow furrowed in concentration, fingers dancing over control panels. After several minutes of silence broken only by the hum of machinery, she looked up. The steel is definitely from our stockpiles, she confirmed. But this other material, It's unlike anything I've seen before. Can you trace its origins? Alara shook her head. Not yet. It's highly refined, almost crystalline in structure. Whatever process created it isn't standard human technology. Jay leaned against the lab bench, arms crossed over his chest. So we're dealing with something new, something dangerous. Alara met his gaze steadily. Precisely why we need to tread carefully. If Black Dawn is behind this, they won't hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens their operations. Nia's voice echoed through the comm unit built into Jay's suit. Commander, I've cross-referenced the data from your scans with known Kither artifact records. There's a match, a remnant system used for cloaking and absorption fields. It was found in an ancient wreckage near Kithera. Jay felt a surge of adrenaline. That means someone not only accessed our resources, but also reverse-engineered Kither tech to build that tower. Alara nodded solemnly. And if they can do this, who knows what else they're capable of? The weight of their discoveries settled over them like a shroud. Jay knew he was standing on the precipice of something vast and dangerous, a web of intrigue and deception spun by those who sought power in the shadows. Alara, he said quietly, we need more than just samples. We need answers. She gave him a determined look. I'll start digging into Black Dawn's recent activities, see if there are any leads pointing back to this tower. Jay straightened up, resolve hardening his features. And I'll keep exploring the structure. There has to be something inside, controls, maybe even someone manning it. Alara placed a hand on his arm, her grip firm. Be careful, Jay. Remember, we're not just dealing with criminals. We're dealing with people who can bend technology to their will. With a nod, Jay turned and left the lab, his mind already racing with plans. He had to unravel this mystery before it consumed him. Or worse, before whatever lurked within that tower reached out into the cosmos. As he made his way back to his quarters, the station's corridors felt colder, more alien than ever before. Shadows seemed deeper, whispers more insidious. Jay pushed aside the growing unease and focused on what lay ahead. A journey into the heart of darkness, where secrets whispered through steel and shadows hid untold horrors. And so began another chapter in Commander J. Corbett's saga, a tale woven from threads of mystery, danger, and the relentless pursuit of truth amidst the stars. Chapter 5. Revelations in the shadows. The hum of the lab filled Commander J. Corbett's ears as he stepped into the dimly lit chamber. Nia Voss stood at a console, her eyes scanning lines of data scrolling across holographic screens that danced with an ethereal blue glow. She barely acknowledged his presence, her focus locked on the patterns unfolding before her. Nia, Jay began, his voice steady but cautious. You wanted to see me? She didn't turn away from the displays. Yes, Commander. I've been going over the harmonic signature data from the tower's vicinity again. There's something unusual. Jay moved closer, his gaze drifting over the complex waveforms and spectral analyses. The technical jargon meant little to him, but he could sense the gravity in her tone. Nia pointed at a cluster of peaks on one of the graphs. See this pattern here? It matches the signature of Kither relay cores. She looked up at him, her expression serious. Not exactly. It's been modified, hybridized with human systems, but the underlying pattern is unmistakable. The room seemed to grow colder as Jay absorbed the implications. The Kither relay cores were ancient technology, remnants from a civilization long vanished into the cosmos. They were powerful beyond measure, capable of bending the fabric of reality itself. Kither tech, he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. Nia nodded. And that's not all. Tomas Myra is here. He's been analyzing this with me. Jay felt a twinge of unease. Tomas Myra was a syndicate engineer turned informant, a man with more secrets than most, but also one with invaluable knowledge about the darker corners of galactic engineering. You brought him in? Jay asked, his gaze flicking to the door as if expecting Myra to materialize there. Yes, Nia replied, her voice firm. He needs to see this. Jay nodded slowly. All right, let's bring him in. Nia activated a comm panel on her console, and moments later, Tomas Myra entered the lab. His usually cocky demeanor was conspicuously absent. Instead, he looked almost nervous as his eyes darted between Jay and Nia. What's going on? Jay asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Myra swallowed hard before stepping closer to the console. He leaned in, studying the data with an intensity that bordered on fear. This is bad, Myra murmured, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed at the screen. I've seen this before. Nia exchanged a glance with Jay, then prompted, "Talk to us, Tomas." Myra took a deep breath and began. Director Val has been experimenting with Kither relay cores for years. 2 years, at least. His voice was low, almost as if he expected the walls themselves to overhear. Jay felt his grip tighten around his crossed arms. What kind of experiments? Val's been trying to replicate their capabilities, Myra explained, his eyes never leaving the data. He has 6 cores in total. Nia leaned forward, her brows knitting together. The tower uses 3. What about the other 3? Myra looked up at them, his expression grave. Contingency systems, backup for a larger deployment. Jay's mind raced through the implications. If Val had more than just the 3 active in the tower, it meant he was planning something far more sinister. So the Black Fields, Jay started, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. They aren't random occurrences? Myra shook his head. No, the tower isn't just creating them. It's broadcasting on a frequency designed to destabilize subspace jump vectors. It's a weapon. Nia let out a soft gasp. Jay felt a chill run down his spine. A weapon capable of disrupting the very fabric of space-time was beyond anything he'd ever encountered. Val wants to control space travel, Myra continued, his voice barely audible. He believes that by manipulating these fields, he can dictate where ships go and when. Jay looked at Nia over the comm display on her console, searching for any hint of doubt or uncertainty in her eyes. He found none. They both knew what this meant. We have to stop him, Jay declared, his voice resolute. If Val activates all 6 cores, how many routes will be affected? Myra's expression darkened even further. 30, the weight of that number hung heavy in the air. 30 subspace routes compromised, thousands of lives at risk, entire sectors paralyzed. This changes everything, Nia murmured, her eyes reflecting the cold light of the holograms. Jay nodded grimly. We need a plan. He looked back at Myra. Can you help us? Myra hesitated before responding. I can give you access to Val's systems, show you where the cores are located within the tower, but I can't do it alone. We won't ask you to, Jay assured him. Nia and I will lead a team in. Alara's face appeared on one of Nia's comm displays, her expression grave but determined. Jay, she began, her voice echoing through the lab. I've been monitoring your communications. We have a problem. Jay leaned closer to the screen, his gaze locked onto hers. What is it? It seems Val has been watching us too. Alara's voice was steady despite the tension in her features. He knows about Myra, and he knows we're on to him. Myra paled, but Jay kept his composure. We expected as much, he replied. We just need a window of opportunity. Can you get us into the tower? Alara nodded. I'm working on it, but time is critical. Val has already begun accelerating his preparations. Jay glanced at Nia and Myra before turning back to Alara. Understood. We'll be ready. The room fell silent for a moment before Jay broke it with a firm nod. All right, we move fast, he directed. Nia, you work with Tomas on getting us the exact locations of those cores and any other relevant data. We need every advantage. Nia nodded, already turning back to her console, fingers flying over holographic controls. Myra stepped closer to Jay, his voice low but urgent. There's something else. Val has a security system in place that only responds to his biometrics. Jay's eyes narrowed. We'll handle it. Get us the layout and any possible weaknesses. Myra looked relieved and nodded. He quickly began inputting commands into Nia's console, pulling up detailed schematics of the tower. The lab buzzed with a newfound urgency as Jay made his way to another console to coordinate with Alara and their team. He felt the familiar adrenaline surge, a mix of fear and determination coursing through him. Alara, he said into the comm, we'll need ground support once we breach the tower. Her voice crackled back over the line. I'll coordinate with the fleet, be ready to move at a moment's notice. Jay looked back at Nia and Myra, their heads bent together over the data streams. The sense of wonder that had initially filled the room was now overshadowed by an urgent resolve. The lab transformed from a place of quiet discovery into a command center. Jay could almost see the gears turning in everyone's minds. each one focused on the task at hand. As they delved deeper into Vol's plans, Jay couldn't shake off the sense of awe mixed with dread. The Kither technology was both wondrous and terrifying, an ancient power harnessed for nefarious purposes. But there was no time to dwell on the marvels. They had to act swiftly if they were to stop Vol from unleashing chaos across the cosmos. Hours passed in a blur as they pieced together the puzzle, their efforts synchronized with Alara's team. The tower's schematics unfolded before them, revealing hidden corridors and heavily guarded sections where the cores lay dormant but ready to be awakened. Here, Nia pointed out on one of the holograms, this is where the first core is located. Her finger traced a path through the virtual representation of the tower. We need to get in here undetected. Myra nodded, his eyes scanning the schematics intently. There are secondary access points that Vol likely overlooks because they're not directly connected to his main systems. Jay leaned over the display, his mind racing with strategic possibilities. They'd need stealth and precision, every move counted. We'll split into teams, he decided. One for each core. Alara will coordinate our entry points with you. Make sure the fleet is ready for any unexpected resistance. Alara's voice came back firm and clear over the comms. On it! The atmosphere in the lab grew even more charged as they finalized their plans. Jay could see the determination in Nia's eyes, mirrored in Myra's resolve. They were united by a common goal, stop Vol before he could unleash his deadly weapon. As they prepared to move out, Jay looked at each of them one last time. Remember, he said, his voice steady and strong, we're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for everyone who relies on safe passage through the stars. Nia nodded, her gaze unwavering. Myra took a deep breath, a newfound strength in his stance. They were ready. Jay activated his comms one last time, reaching out to Alara. We're moving now. We're with you, she replied without hesitation. With a final nod to Nia and Tomas, Jay led the way out of the lab. The corridors of their base seemed to close around them as they made their way to the transport docks. Their steps echoed resolutely through the metal halls, each one bringing them closer to the tower that loomed ominously in the distance. As they boarded their ships, Jay felt a surge of determination. They were venturing into the unknown, armed with knowledge and resolve. The tower of Icaron-Prime stood as both an enigma and a threat, but they would unravel its secrets and bring Vol to justice. The engines roared to life under Jay's command. He looked at Nia in the co-pilot's seat, her fingers dancing over the controls with practiced ease. Beside them, Myra sat tense yet focused, his eyes fixed on the looming structure ahead. Together, they launched into the night sky, their ships cutting through the atmosphere like blades through fabric. The stars stretched out before them, a canvas of possibilities and dangers. They soared towards Icaron-Prime, ready to confront whatever lay within its shadows. The tower grew larger with each passing moment, its dark silhouette blotting out the stars until it filled their entire field of vision. Jay felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. They were stepping into territory uncharted by human hands for millennia. As they descended towards the tower's base, Jay couldn't help but marvel at the ancient architecture. The Kither technology was both alien and eerily familiar, a testament to a civilization far beyond their comprehension. But for now, it was a tool in Vol's grasp, one they had to wrest away. The docking bay loomed ahead, its massive doors opening like jaws ready to swallow them whole. Jay guided the ship inside with precision, the hum of engines echoing through the cavernous space as they landed softly on the cold metal floor. They disembarked, their boots clicking against the hard surface. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, but also charged with anticipation. Jay looked at his team, Nia ready to decrypt any digital barriers, Myra poised to navigate through Vol's intricate security systems. They moved as one unit, each step measured yet swift. The corridors inside the tower were dimly lit, casting long shadows that danced around them. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the faint hum of machinery deep within its walls. As they ventured deeper, Jay felt a strange sense of reverence mixed with urgency. The ancient technology pulsed around them, an invisible heartbeat echoing through the halls. It was both awe-inspiring and chilling, the power to shape reality itself. Nia led them through narrow passages, her gaze flicking between the holographic map and the actual layout before them. Myra followed close behind, his eyes scanning for any hidden traps or security measures. Jay kept watch, his senses heightened as they delved further into the tower's heart. They were treading on sacred ground, a place where ancient secrets lay buried beneath layers of human ambition. The first core was located deep within the structure, guarded by intricate barriers designed to keep intruders at bay. Nia set to work on the encryption locks, her fingers moving swiftly over her device as she decoded the digital defenses. Myra worked alongside her, providing insights into Vol's systems that only an insider could know. Together, they broke through layer after layer of security until finally, with a soft click, the door slid open. Jay drew his weapon, ready for any unexpected resistance. But inside was silence, only the hum of the core itself, pulsing with raw power. He approached it cautiously, feeling the energy radiating from the device like heat from a furnace. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen, a crystalline structure pulsating with light and shadow, its edges blurred by some unseen force. Nia stepped closer, her eyes wide with awe as she began to scan the core. "It's incredible," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "The power, it's beyond anything we could imagine." Jay nodded grimly. This was what they had to neutralize, 3 more just like this one scattered throughout the tower, each a potential disaster waiting to happen. But for now, their focus was on this single core. Jay looked at Nia and Myra, both intent on their tasks. They had done it once. They could do it again. With each core they deactivated, the tension in the air lessened slightly, but the sense of urgency never waned. Time was running out, and Vol's contingencies grew more dangerous with every passing moment. As they moved through the tower, Jay couldn't shake off the feeling that they were playing a high-stakes game against an opponent who always seemed one step ahead. But they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that failure was not an option. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of navigating treacherous corridors and decoding impenetrable defenses, they stood before the last core. The air was thick with anticipation as Nia worked her magic once more, her fingers dancing over the controls with practiced ease. Myra watched intently, his expression a mix of relief and dread. This was it, the final piece of Vol's deadly puzzle. Jay held his breath as Nia's device hummed to life, sending out waves of encrypted data that slowly unraveled the core's defenses. The room seemed to hold its collective breath along with him until finally, with a soft click, the door opened. Inside lay the third and final Kither relay core, a pulsating heart of pure energy, waiting to be harnessed or neutralized. Nia approached it cautiously, her eyes reflecting the eerie glow emanating from the crystalline structure. Jay stood guard, his weapon ready but his mind racing with thoughts of what came next. As they deactivated each core, the tower seemed to sigh in relief, its ancient walls echoing with a sense of release. But Vol's contingency plans were far from over. Jay activated his comms one last time. "Ilara, we've neutralized all 3 cores. What's our status?" Her voice came back steady yet urgent. "Vol is moving up the timeline. We need to get you out now." They wasted no time retracing their steps through the tower, every sense heightened for any sign of resistance. As they neared the docking bay, Jay couldn't shake off a gnawing unease. "Myra," he asked quietly as they hurried down the corridors, "what happens if Vol realizes we've disabled his cores?" Myra's expression darkened. "He'll activate the contingency systems, backup measures designed to trigger an even more catastrophic event." Jay felt a chill run down his spine. They had bought themselves time, but at what cost? As they reached the docking bay, Jay saw their ship standing ready amidst the shadows. But something was amiss. The silence seemed too profound, almost unnatural. He signaled Nia and Myra to halt while he scanned the area cautiously. Nothing moved except for the faint shimmer of dust particles caught in stray beams of light filtering through cracks above. With a nod, they hurried towards their vessel, each step echoing like a drumbeat through the cavernous space. But just as Jay reached out to open the hatch, an alarm pierced the silence, its shrill wail reverberating off every surface. They froze mid-step, hearts pounding in unison. Jay's grip tightened around his weapon, eyes darting towards every shadowed corner. "Vol knows," Myra whispered urgently. "We need to go now." Jay nodded sharply and threw open the hatch. They scrambled inside, Nia securing the door behind them just as the first blast rocked their ship, sending tremors through its frame. The engines roared to life under Jay's command, propelling them away from the tower with desperate speed. As they burst out into the night sky, another barrage of explosions erupted behind them, the tower shaking violently against the onslaught. Jay guided their craft higher and faster, navigating through turbulent skies until they broke free from Icaron-Prime's gravitational pull. Below them, chaos reigned. The tower stood defiant amidst a storm of destruction, Vol's last-ditch efforts to stop their escape. But they were clear, free from the tower's shadow and soaring towards safety. Jay looked at Nia beside him, her face pale but resolute. Myra sat tense yet focused behind them, his eyes fixed on the receding silhouette of Icaron-Prime. They had done it. They'd neutralized Vol's weapon and bought precious time for those who depended on safe passage through the stars. But they also knew this wasn't over. Vol would regroup, and their battle was far from won. As they merged back into orbit with Alara's fleet waiting nearby, Jay felt a surge of pride mixed with relief. They were alive to fight another day against whatever horrors lay ahead. "Jay," Nia said softly, her voice breaking through his thoughts, "we did it." He nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yes, they had, and together they would face whatever challenges came next. With Icaron-Prime now behind them, they turned towards the stars, ready to confront any threats lurking in the vast expanse beyond, the horizon's edge beckoning with both wonder and peril. Chapter 6. The Mandate. The basement of the Icaron-Prime Administrative Archives was a labyrinth of shadows and echoes, a mausoleum of forgotten Federation history. Dr. Alara Wynne picked her way through the stacks of decommissioned records, each shelf a silent testament to the ebb and flow of interstellar bureaucracy. The air was thick with dust, undisturbed for decades, and the hum of ancient climate control systems lent an otherworldly reverberation to her footsteps. Alara's gloved fingers traced the spines of yellow data cards, each one a microcosm of decisions made and forgotten in the corridors of power. She was guided by a memory, a fleeting glimpse from her gate commissioner training, a whisper of a statute that could change everything. The Icaron-Prime yard had been more than just an industrial hub during the border conflicts. It had been a strategic stronghold, its secrets buried under layers of red tape and neglect. The archives were a sensory assault, a symphony of decay and antiquity. The flickering glow of her handheld scanner cast elongated shadows that danced macabrely on the walls, each beam illuminating centuries of dust motes suspended in time. She moved methodically, section by section, her mind a whirlwind of calculations and conjectures. If she could find what she sought, it might just tip the scales in their favor against whatever storm Vol was brewing. Hours passed like minutes as Alara delved deeper into the archive's bowels. She found herself in a forgotten corner, where industrial regulation amendments lay entombed under a shroud of neglect. Her scanner flickered to life, projecting holographic text onto the air before her eyes. Lines and lines of legalese blurred together until one phrase caught her attention: Infrastructure Emergency Authority Statute. A thrill of discovery shot through her veins. She sifted through the data card, heart pounding against her ribs. The statute was there, tucked away like a dormant volcano ready to erupt. It granted extraordinary powers to a gate commissioner, temporary militarization of any decommissioned industrial facility within Federation jurisdiction. Ships could be commandeered, yards converted into fortified bases, and engineers conscripted into service. Designed for war, it had lain dormant since its inception, awaiting the day when desperation would demand its use. Alara's breath hitched as she read the final clause. The mandate required the signature of a gate commissioner and 2 witnesses, and then, inevitably, reporting to Fleet Admiral Chen. The Federation would want answers and control. She could almost hear Jay Corbett's voice echoing in her mind, cautionary and steady. She activated her comm device with a swipe of her thumb. "Jay, it's Alara." Static crackled briefly before his gruff baritone responded. "Wynne, what have you got?" Alara held the data card up to her scanner, capturing images of the key sections. She transmitted them to Jay. "I found something, an emergency mandate buried in industrial regs." It lets me militarize Icaron-Prime. A pause, then militarize, that's heavy stuff, Alara. It is, she agreed. But we need every edge we can get. Tomas says Vol activates the network in 3 days. We have to be ready before that happens. Jay's voice grew more serious. Chen won't just let you walk away with this. She'll want details. Alara nodded, though he couldn't see it. I know, but we don't have time for red tape. We need Chen's support, but I can handle her questions. You sure about that? Jay pressed. Yes, she replied firmly. We sign the mandate and we start preparing Icaron-Prime. No matter what Chen throws at us, we'll be ready. Jay sighed, a sound of both resignation and determination. All right, but you're playing with fire here, Alara. Make sure you don't get burned. Alara smiled grimly. I always do. The comm channel went silent, leaving her alone in the vaulted chamber. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what came next. The mandate would set things in motion, a chain reaction that could either save them or drag them into deeper waters. She accessed the digital archives terminal and began drafting the necessary documents. Each keystroke echoed through the silent room like gunshots. She attached her gate commissioner credentials to the file, followed by the names of 2 trusted witnesses, engineers who had served loyally during the conflicts. Then came the moment of truth, her signature. The cursor blinked accusingly on the screen, a digital abyss awaiting her decision. Alara hesitated for only a heartbeat before pressing her thumb against the biometric scanner. A holographic representation of her handprint materialized above the terminal, shimmering in the dim light. The system hummed to life, processing the command. Seconds ticked by like minutes as Alara watched, heart pounding. Then with a final chime, the mandate was validated and filed. The clock started ticking, 3 days until Vol's activation. Alara leaned back, exhilaration and apprehension warring within her. She had done it. Now came the hard part, convincing Chen to back her play without revealing too much about Vol's threat. She made her way out of the archives, leaving behind the dusty tombs of history. The corridors of Icaron-Prime Yard stretched out before her like a battlefield waiting for its commander. Her mind raced with plans and contingencies, each step calculated to maximize their chances against an enemy they barely understood. The journey back to the administrative center was a blur. She navigated familiar pathways with newfound urgency, every footstep echoing in her mind. The towering structures of Icaron-Prime loomed overhead, once symbols of industry and progress, now potential battlegrounds. In her office, Alara assembled her team. Jay stood at the window, gazing out at the sprawling complex. Tomas paced nervously, his eyes darting between her and the data pad he clutched. A third figure, a stern-faced woman with close-cropped silver hair, sat rigidly in a chair, Commander Soren, one of the witnesses whose signature Alara had sought. Alara, Jay began without turning around. You sure about this? She nodded resolutely. I am. We need every advantage we can get. Tomas interrupted, his voice tight with anxiety. What if Chen doesn't buy it? What if she tries to take over? Soren spoke up, her tone measured but firm. We'll handle Chen together. But first we need a plan. Alara nodded. Vol's activation is in 3 days. We have to be ready by then. She turned to Soren. Commander, I need you to coordinate with engineering teams. Start converting key sections of the yard into defensible positions. Jay, you and Tomas will work on mobilizing resources, ships, weapons, anything we can scavenge or commandeer. Jay faced her, his expression serious. And what about you? Alara took a deep breath. I'll handle Chen. Tomas looked up from his pad, eyes wide with concern. How are you going to convince her? She'll want every detail. Alara met his gaze steadily. I'll give her enough to satisfy her curiosity without revealing Vol's true nature. We can't afford any leaks or missteps now. Jay grunted in approval. Good luck with that. Soren stood, her posture straightening like a soldier ready for orders. We'll make it happen, Commissioner. Icaron-Prime will be fortified by the time Chen arrives. Alara felt a surge of gratitude and determination. With this team behind her, they might just pull off the impossible. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity. Alara drafted messages to key personnel, outlining their new directives with crisp clarity. She dispatched orders to various sectors of Icaron-Prime, initiating a transformation that would turn industrial zones into military strongholds. The yard hummed with renewed purpose, as if awakening from a long slumber. As night fell over the complex, Ilara found herself alone in her office once more, staring at the holographic display projecting Chen's contact details. She took a deep breath and initiated the call. The image flickered to life, revealing Fleet Admiral Chen's stern features. Her eyes narrowed as she took in Ilara's appearance. "Commissioner Wynne, this is unexpected." Ilara stood tall, her voice steady despite the churning in her stomach. "Fleet Admiral Chen, I need your authorization for an emergency measure." Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Emergency? This better be good, Wynne." "Sir, I've uncovered an old statute, Infrastructure Emergency Authority. It allows me to militarize decommissioned facilities within Federation jurisdiction." Ilara paused, gauging Chen's reaction. The Admiral leaned back in her chair, her expression inscrutable. "Why do you need this now?" Ilara took a calculated risk, skirting the truth without outright lying. "There are indications of a potential threat to Icaron-Prime. We believe it could escalate into a conflict. The mandate will allow us to fortify the yard and prepare for any eventuality." Chen's eyes narrowed further. "A threat? From whom?" Ilara met her gaze unflinchingly. "We don't have concrete information yet, but our intelligence suggests a high probability of danger within 3 days. This measure is precautionary." Chen drummed her fingers on the armrest, contemplating. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. "Very well, Wynne, you've got your mandate, but I want updates daily. And if this turns out to be a wild goose chase—" Ilara cut her off smoothly. "It won't be, sir. Thank you for your support." The call ended abruptly, leaving Ilara with a mix of relief and trepidation. She had Chen's backing, but the clock was ticking faster than ever. Back in the yard, the transformation continued apace. Engineers swarmed like ants over scaffolding, converting assembly lines into defensive barriers. Ships docked for maintenance were repurposed as mobile artillery platforms. The hum of activity echoed through the vast halls, a symphony of urgency and resolve. Ilara moved from sector to sector, overseeing operations with Jay by her side. He watched her with a mix of pride and concern. "You're pulling it off, Ilara," he said quietly. She nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. "We're just getting started." As dawn broke over Icaron-Prime, the yard stood transformed, a fortress ready for battle. The towers that had once belched smoke from industrial furnaces now bristled with weaponry and surveillance systems. Engineers worked tirelessly, fueled by adrenaline and purpose. Ilara stood at the heart of it all, surrounded by her team. Jay leaned against a makeshift control panel, arms crossed. Tomas fiddled nervously with his data pad, eyes scanning lines of code. Soren stood sentinel-like, her gaze sweeping over the fortifications with a critical eye. "We've done everything we can," Ilara said softly. "Now it's just a matter of waiting." Tomas looked up from his pad, worry etched on his face. "Waiting for what? The unknown?" Ilara met his gaze steadily. "For Val to make its move." The days passed in a blur of activity and anticipation. Each report from Chen demanded meticulous crafting, walking the fine line between truth and deception. Ilara delivered updates with calm precision, keeping the Admiral informed without revealing too much. As the third day dawned, the tension was palpable. The yard stood silent yet vigilant, every sensor tuned to detect the slightest anomaly. Ilara found herself back in her office, gazing out at the transformed landscape. It was a sight of both awe and dread, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience in the face of unseen threats. Her calm device buzzed insistently. Jay's voice crackled through, urgent and tense. "Ilara, we've got something. Movement detected, unauthorized entry points activating." Ilara's heart pounded as she rushed out of her office, Jay and Soren falling into step beside her. They sped toward the central command center, where Tomas stood over a bank of monitors, his fingers dancing across holographic interfaces. "What do we have?" Ilara asked, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. Tomas pointed to a cluster of blinking lights on the display. "Multiple breaches, all simultaneously. It's like they know exactly where to hit us." Ilara turned to Soren. "Commander, deploy defensive teams to those sectors immediately." Soren saluted sharply and hurried off, barking orders into her comm. Jay leaned closer to the monitors, eyes scanning data streams. "This isn't random, Ilara." Someone or something is coordinating this attack. Ilara nodded grimly. Vol's handiwork. We knew it was coming. Now we fight back. The command center erupted into a flurry of activity. Officers relayed reports from various sectors, their voices tense but controlled. Ilara listened intently, issuing orders with calm precision. As the first waves of attack hit, Icaron-Prime held firm. Barriers repelled initial assaults, and countermeasures targeted breaches before they could escalate. The yard hummed with the symphony of defensive fire, laser blasts cutting through darkness, drones swarming like metallic bees. Ilara stood at the heart of it all, her gaze locked on the tactical display. Each victory was a hard-won breath, each failure a jolt through her system. But they endured, adaptable and relentless. Hours passed in a blur of combat and strategy. The yard's defenses bent but did not break. Ilara felt a profound sense of pride mingled with exhaustion. They had prepared well, and it showed. As the last remnants of the assault faded away, an eerie silence fell over Icaron-Prime. Ilara surveyed the command center, her eyes meeting those of her team. Jay's expression was weary but resolute. Tomas' fingers still hovered nervously over controls. Soren stood tall, unyielding. Ilara took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "We did it," she whispered. Jay clapped her on the shoulder, a rare smile softening his features. "You did it, Ilara." Tomas looked up from his pad, relief written across his face. "We held them off." Soren nodded grimly. "For now." Ilara turned back to the display, her mind racing with the implications. They had won this battle, but the war was far from over. "We need to regroup," she said firmly. "Assess damages and reinforce weak points, and we need answers about Vol, about how they managed to breach our defenses." Jay nodded in agreement. "We'll find them, Ilara, together." As the team dispersed to their respective tasks, Ilara remained at the command center, her gaze sweeping over the transformed yard. The dawn broke over Icaron-Prime, casting golden rays on the battle-scarred landscape. In that moment of quietude, Ilara felt both triumph and dread. They had turned the tide, but Vol was far from vanquished. The battle for Icaron-Prime was won, yet ahead lay shadows deeper still. And she knew, with a resolve forged in fire, they would face whatever came next. The clock ticked on, relentless as ever, 3 days down, an eternity of unknowns ahead. But Dr. Ilara Wynne stood ready, her gaze fixed firmly on the horizon, where the edges of darkness and light met in perpetual strife. For she was Horizon's edge, the commissioner of Icaron-Prime, guardian of its towering legacy, and defender against whatever shadows lurked beyond the stars. The mandate had been invoked, now came the reckoning. Chapter 7. Descent into the monolith. The briefing room hummed with a tense energy, the air thick with anticipation, and the faint ozone scent of active tech. Commander J. Corbett stood at the head of a hollow table, his fingers tracing the glowing blueprint of Icaron-Prime's tower, a monolithic structure that pierced the asteroid's heart like a metallic spear. His crew circled him, each a piece of a complex puzzle he intended to solve with brutal precision. Nia Voss leaned against the wall, her comms gear already affixed to her ear, a cascade of dark curls framing her intense gaze as she studied the holomap. Harlan Kess loomed beside her, his mechanic's gloves stained with grease and grime, arms crossed over a chest that bore the weight of countless repairs and modifications. Tomas Myra stood apart, his eyes reflecting the cold light of the hologram, fingers drumming nervously on his thigh. Jay looked up from the table, his gaze sweeping over each member of his team. "All right, listen up," he began, voice steady and authoritative. "We've got one shot at this. Nia, your ears are our eyes in there. Keep us coordinated with Ilara's external ops and feed me any chatter from Vol's remnant forces." Nia nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "You know I'll have their comms cracked before we even set foot inside, Commander." Jay turned to Harlan. "Harlan, you're taking the lower section. It's a labyrinth down there, pipes, ducts, old tech. You'll find your way better than anyone else. Keep an eye out for any surprises Vol might have left behind." Harlan grunted, a sound that could pass for agreement or disagreement, depending on one's interpretation. "I'll get through it," he said gruffly. "But if I find any of Vol's improvements, someone's gonna pay." Lastly, Jay addressed Tomas. Tomas, you and Nia take the upper levels. You designed this place. You know its secrets better than anyone. Find us a way to the primary relay core without tripping any alarms. Tomas' expression remained inscrutable as he met Jay's gaze. I won't let you down, he replied softly. Jay clapped his hands together, signaling an end to the briefing. All right, gear up. We board in 15. The crew dispersed, each retreating to their respective stations to prepare for the mission. Nia headed to the comms center, her fingers dancing over controls as she synced with Alara's network. Harlan strode towards the mechanic's bay, his boots echoing through the metal corridors. Tomas lingered for a moment, watching Jay through narrowed eyes. Commander, he said finally, stepping closer, are you sure about this? Vol, he won't hesitate to kill us all if he gets the chance. Jay met Tomas' gaze with unwavering resolve. I'm counting on it, he replied. We need him to make a move, and when he does, we'll be ready. Tomas nodded slowly and retreated. In the suit-up room, Nia zipped her tactical vest over her comms gear, checking the seals with practiced efficiency. Harlan entered, his massive frame barely fitting through the doorway. He paused beside her, his eyes scanning the array of tools and weapons laid out on the counter. Remember when we first met? Harlan asked abruptly, his voice gruff but oddly gentle. You were just a kid running errands for your uncle. Nia looked up, surprise flickering across her features. Yeah, she said softly. You scared the hell out of me that day. Showed up like some giant troll, demanding to know where your damn parts were. Harlan chuckled, a deep rumble in his chest. Well, you grew up fast. You're good at what you do, Nia. Just don't get yourself killed out there. She smiled, genuine warmth in her eyes. Wouldn't dream of it, Harlan. Tomas entered the room then, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. He ignored Harlan, focusing on his own gear, a sleek exosuit designed for agility and speed rather than brute force. Harlan glanced at Tomas, then back to Nia. You two watch each other's backs, he grumbled before turning away. As he passed Tomas, he muttered under his breath, and try not to get in my way. Tomas' expression darkened briefly before he donned a helmet that obscured his face. The approach shuttle was a sleek vessel, its hull glinting like polished obsidian against the asteroid's dull surface. The crew boarded silently, taking their places at designated stations. Jay settled into the pilot's seat, his fingers dancing over controls as he initiated pre-flight checks. Nia and Tomas strapped in behind him, while Harlan stood by the airlock, one hand resting on the hatch release. The shuttle undocked with a smooth lurch, pulling away from Alara and arcing towards Icaron-Prime's towering monolith. The asteroid loomed before them, a jagged mass of rock and metal, the tower a stark intrusion against its raw surface. Harlan gazed through the viewport, his expression unreadable. That's an ugly building, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Nia leaned forward from her seat behind Jay, following Harlan's gaze. It's like something out of a nightmare, she agreed softly. The tower stretched skyward, its dark metal sides scarred by time and battle, airlocks gapping like maws along its length. Jay glanced back at them both before turning his attention to the controls. We'll be docking at the middle airlock in 3 minutes. Remember the plan. Harlan takes lower, Nia and Tomas upper, I'll hold midsection. We converge on the primary relay core. The shuttle descended, engines humming softly as it maneuvered into position beside one of the tower's massive airlocks. Jay guided them in with practiced ease, sealing the vessel to the structure with a resounding clang. All right, Jay said, unbuckling his harness. Let's move out. Harlan was first through the airlock, disappearing into the dimly lit corridor beyond without a backward glance. Nia followed, her steps light and quick as she activated her comms gear. Tomas brought up the rear, pausing briefly to meet Jay's gaze. We won't let you down, Commander, he promised again before stepping through the hatch. Jay watched them go, then turned back to his controls, initiating a final systems check. Satisfied, he donned his own helmet and stepped into the corridor, sealing the shuttle behind him. The interior of Icaron-Prime's tower was a labyrinth of shadows and echoes. Jay moved cautiously through the midsection, his boots clicking softly on the metal grating beneath his feet. The air was stale, thick with dust and the faint hum of dormant machinery. He kept one hand on his sidearm, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Nia, status, he murmured into his comms. Her voice responded immediately, clear despite the static. In position at upper airlock, Tomas is scanning for entry points now. Jay acknowledged and continued deeper into the tower's heart. The midsection was a maze of control rooms and maintenance shafts, each door sealed against intrusion. He paused before one such door, running his fingers over the cool metal surface. "Harlan, report," he called out. A gruff voice crackled through the comms. "Lower levels secured. Found some ... interesting modifications down here. Nothing I can't handle." Jay nodded to himself, trusting Harlan's judgment implicitly. He turned back to the door before him, activating his multi-tool and initiating a hack sequence. The lock blinked red twice before turning green, and he stepped inside. The room beyond was vast, filled with towering consoles and holographic displays flickering weakly in standby mode. Jay moved among them, scanning for any sign of activity. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a terminal marked Relay Core Access. He approached it warily, fingers hovering over the controls. Suddenly his comms crackled to life. "Jay," Nia's voice was tense. "We've got company upstairs." Jay straightened, hand dropping to his sidearm. "What kind of company?" "Looks like Vols left some guards behind," she replied grimly. "Tomas is handling them, but we need backup up here." He hesitated for only a moment before responding. "Harlan, can you hold the lower levels alone?" The mechanic's voice rumbled through the comms. "Do I look like I need a babysitter?" Jay couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right, Nia, Tomas, hold tight. I'm on my way." He broke into a run, retracing his steps through the midsection towards the lift shaft that would take him to the upper levels. As he climbed, he could hear the distant echoes of struggle above. Sharp reports of energy fire mingled with the clatter of metal against metal. Emerging onto the upper level, Jay found himself in a wide corridor lined with observation decks overlooking the tower's vast interior. He spotted Nia crouched behind a console at the far end, her weapon trained on an intersection ahead. Tomas stood beside her, exosuit gleaming under the harsh overhead lights as he traded blows with two heavily armored figures. Jay moved swiftly to join them, taking cover behind another console and leveling his own weapon at the enemy. He fired a series of precise shots, each one finding its mark and sending one of Tomas' attackers crashing to the ground. Tomas turned briefly, acknowledging Jay's arrival before redoubling his efforts against the remaining opponent. With Jay's support, it was only moments before both guards lay defeated, their armored forms crumpled on the floor. Nia rose from her crouch, breathing heavily but otherwise unharmed. "Thanks for the assist," she panted. Jay nodded, scanning the corridor warily. "We need to keep moving." "Where's the relay core?" Tomas pointed further down the hall towards a heavily reinforced door at its end. "That way." The three moved cautiously forward, Jay taking point as they approached the door. He hesitated outside it, listening for any sign of activity beyond. "Nia," he murmured into his comms. Her voice responded instantly. "Clear so far, no chatter from inside." Jay nodded and turned back to Tomas. "Can you get us in?" Tomas stepped forward, running his hands over the door's control panel. After a moment of intense focus, he looked up at Jay with a small smile. "Give me a second." The primary relay core was a chamber of humming machinery and blinking lights, a nexus where countless data streams converged. The air buzzed with raw energy, palpable even through their suits. At the room's center stood a massive crystal formation pulsating with data flows. Jay surveyed the scene warily, weapon at the ready. "This is it," Tomas nodded, circling the core like a predator. "Yes. If Vol's using this to control his forces, disabling it should cripple his communications." Nia moved towards one of the consoles lining the walls, her fingers dancing over controls as she attempted to interface with the system. "We're in," she murmured after a moment. "I'm rerouting power feeds. Now." The hum of machinery shifted subtly, and Jay felt a tremor underfoot. Tomas watched the crystal formation intently, his expression unreadable. Suddenly an alarm blared through the chamber, harsh and discordant. Jay whirled around, weapon raised as Harlan's voice crackled over the comms. "Commander, we've got incoming, hostile forces moving up from below." Jay's grip tightened on his sidearm. Nia, she didn't look away from her work. "Almost there, just a little more." The door behind them exploded inward with a deafening roar, sending shards of metal flying through the air. Jay dove for cover as armed figures poured into the room, their armor gleaming menacingly under the harsh lights. Tomas reacted instantly, charging towards the nearest attacker and engaging in close combat. Nia continued her work at the console despite the chaos erupting around her. Jay fired carefully, taking down enemies with precise shots while Harlan's voice echoed through his comms, providing a running commentary on their situation below. "We're holding them off," Harlan growled. "But we need backup." Jay gritted his teeth and turned back to Nia, who was now frantically working at the console, her fingers flying over controls. "Nia," he called urgently. She looked up briefly, eyes wide with concentration. "Almost. There." Another blast rocked the chamber, sending Jay sprawling. Tomas fought fiercely beside him, his movements fluid and deadly. They were outnumbered and overwhelmed, but they refused to yield ground. With a final keystroke, Nia slammed her palm against the console. The hum of machinery intensified abruptly, then cut off entirely. The crystal formation at the room's center flickered once, twice, and went dark. Silence fell like a blanket over the chamber. Jay looked around warily, his breath ragged in his chest as he took stock of their situation. Enemies lay scattered across the floor, some still groaning while others lay unmoving. Tomas stood panting beside him, his exosuit dented and scuffed from battle. Nia rose slowly from her console, turning to face them both with a mixture of triumph and exhaustion in her eyes. "We did it," she whispered. Jay nodded grimly, then raised his comms mic. "Harlan," the mechanic's voice responded almost immediately. "Still alive down here." Jay allowed himself a small smile. "We've shut down the relay core. Hold your position, we're coming to you." As they moved cautiously from the chamber, Jay couldn't shake the sense of unease that lingered at the edges of his mind. The battle was won, but he knew this was far from over. The tower of Icaron-Prime loomed above them like a dark sentinel, its secrets revealed but not yet conquered. And as they descended back into its depths, Jay Corbett couldn't help but wonder what new horrors awaited them below. Chapter 8. The Ascension. The asteroid's surface stretched out beneath Commander Jay Corbett like a lifeless canvas, pitted and gray, swallowing the faint luminescence of distant stars. He felt the cold seep through his boots, despite the insulated layers, as he secured the first magnetic hook to the tower's exterior. The structure loomed above him, a colossal spire of steel and shadow, piercing the void with an arrogance that bordered on defiance. The wind whistled past his ears, not the gentle breeze of a terrestrial landscape, but a harsh, metallic howl. The reactor bleed from the tower systems, invisible tendrils reaching out to buffet him. Jay anchored himself more firmly, feeling the vibration of the tower hum through his gloves, resonating up his arms like the throb of some ancient beast stirring within. 40 meters, he murmured into his comm, though there was no one to hear it. The words were a ritual, a grounding force amidst the vertigo-inducing expanse. He clipped another hook onto his belt, checking the tension before pulling himself upward with practiced ease. 300 meters of steel grating stretched above him, a vertical climb that would test even the most seasoned spacer. The first section was a relentless grid of industrial steel, each rung cold and unforgiving under his gauntlets. Jay moved methodically, his breath misting slightly inside his helmet visor. Each pull felt deliberate, muscles burning as he ascended, but his focus remained sharp. The tower wasn't solid. It vibrated at intervals of 30 seconds with a hum that made his teeth ache. He counted the beats internally, 1, 2, 3, 29, 30, and braced himself for the next resonant wave. Halfway up the first 100 meters, he paused to check his anchors. The wrench on his belt clinked against the steel grating as he leaned back, surveying the expanse below. The asteroid's surface seemed to drift further away with each meter gained, a dizzying perspective that made him feel both tiny and immense. 50 meters, he said, voice steady despite the adrenaline pounding through him. He could see more clearly now. The tower's exterior panels were bare steel, devoid of any aesthetic refinements. This was practical, utilitarian work, functional anchors, recycled shipyard steel, a testament to rushed construction rather than craftsmanship. The wind intensified as he climbed higher, the reactor bleed whipping around him like an invisible tempest. Jay squinted against it, feeling the grit of asteroid dust that clung to his suit despite the vacuum. The tower seemed to hum louder now, its voice a low, insistent drone. He couldn't shake the sense that he was climbing into some monstrous throat, ascending towards its source. At 150 meters, Jay reached for another anchor point. His hand brushed over something irregular on the grating, a small indentation, barely noticeable amidst the rough surface. Leaning closer, he saw it wasn't just a flaw in the metal, it was a symbol etched into the steel. A stylized eye within a triangle. Corbett frowned, running his gloved fingers over the mark. He'd seen similar symbols before, old spacefaring emblems used by various factions across the galaxy. This one, however, didn't match any known pattern in his database. It was like an echo from some forgotten past, a whisper of ancient knowledge etched into the tower's bones. The discovery unsettled him momentarily, but he pushed on, the ascent becoming a ritualistic dance between him and the structure. Each magnetic hook clipped securely, each wrench adjustment precise. The wind roared, the vibrations hummed, and Jay climbed with single-minded determination. At 250 meters, he stopped again to rest. His muscles trembled under the strain, but his resolve held firm. He pulled out a ration pack from his utility belt, a small energy bar designed for zero-gravity consumption, and chewed slowly, savoring the burst of flavor against the metallic tang lingering in his mouth. 25 meters left, he whispered into the void, as if speaking to an unseen companion. The mid-airlock loomed just above him, a dark orifice set into the tower's side, a promise of respite from the relentless climb and entry into whatever mysteries lay within. As Jay reached for the airlock hatch, his wrench slipped against a particularly slick anchor point. His fingers fumbled, heart jumping as he caught himself on the magnetic hooks. He hung there for a moment, suspended above the asteroid's surface 40 meters below, a stark reminder of the chasm between life and death in this endless void. "Easy," he breathed, resecuring his grip. The wrench clattered against the grating, a jarring echo amidst the hum. Jay took a deep breath, steadied himself, and resumed work on the seal. The airlock was older than it should have been, caked with grime and wear that suggested years of use rather than months. He worked carefully, twisting bolts with deliberate care, until the hatch gave way with a hiss of stale air escaping into vacuum. Corbett paused at the threshold, peering into the tower's interior. Darkness greeted him, punctuated only by the faint glow of emergency lights casting long shadows down narrow corridors filled with unidentifiable equipment. The air inside was thick with dust and carried an underlying scent he couldn't quite place, old oil mixed with something organic, almost sweet. He stepped inside, boots thudding against metal grates beneath his feet. The airlock door sealed behind him with a finality that made him pause again. He was cut off from the void now, enclosed within this colossal structure whose secrets he'd only just begun to uncover. The sound from outside followed him in, a low harmonic pulse echoing through the walls, resonating with every step. Jay listened intently, tracing its path as if it were a tangible thing. It wasn't mechanical. There was an organic quality to it, almost alive. He moved deeper into the tower, guided by instinct and curiosity. Corridors branched out before him like capillaries in some metallic body. Each turn revealed more equipment. Massive consoles with blinking lights, coils of cable snaking along floors, and panels covered in symbols similar to the one etched on the exterior. Jay ran his fingers over them, feeling their sharp edges as if they held answers written in a language he couldn't yet decipher. He ventured further into this labyrinth, heart pounding with anticipation. Every corner turned revealed new wonders. Chambers filled with crystal formations that glowed softly, rooms lined with vats bubbling with viscous liquid, and passageways where the air seemed heavier, charged with an almost palpable energy. At one point, Jay stumbled upon a large chamber bathed in eerie blue light emanating from a central column. The light pulsed rhythmically, synchronized with the harmonic hum he'd been following. He approached cautiously, drawn to its mesmerizing dance. The column stood taller than him, smooth and unblemished except for intricate patterns carved into its surface. They shimmered under his touch, a living circuit of sorts, humming softly when activated by his glove. Jay traced the lines, feeling a connection stirring within him, a resonance that echoed through his bones. "What are you?" he murmured aloud, voice barely audible over the rhythmic pulse. The chamber seemed to respond, light flickering brighter for an instant before settling back into its steady beat. Corbett backed away slowly, eyes never leaving the column. Whatever this place was, it held secrets beyond anything he'd encountered during his travels through space. He felt both awe and trepidation, an explorer standing at the edge of unknown territory. Continuing along the corridor, he eventually found himself backtracking slightly until he came across another chamber. This one was different. It lacked the eerie luminescence of the previous rooms, but held an almost reverential silence. At its center stood a pedestal bearing what appeared to be a book, an antiquated object made of bound parchment and leather bindings. Jay approached warily, hands trembling slightly as he reached out to touch the cover. It was cool under his fingers, worn smooth by time or frequent handling. With careful reverence, he opened it. Pages crackled softly beneath his gloves, revealing text written in a script both familiar and alien. He recognized some letters, but not their arrangement. A codex of some sort, perhaps instructions or records. The harmonic pulse seemed louder here, almost reverent, as if amplifying the weight of history held within these pages. Jay turned them gently, reading snippets aloud. "In the void between stars we built our tower, a beacon against the darkness. Through cycles uncounted it hums its song, anchors of light and shadow intertwined." Each phrase echoed through him like a revelation, pieces of a larger puzzle clicking into place. The symbols on the walls, the organic rhythm of the structure, all connected somehow to this ancient text. As he read further, Jay felt something shift within him, a deeper understanding dawning like sunlight piercing clouds after a storm. This wasn't just an abandoned tower. It was alive in ways he'd never imagined. A living entity forged from steel and starlight, echoing through time with its resonant song. He closed the book gently, feeling humbled by the weight of knowledge it contained. The tower's secrets weren't meant for immediate comprehension, but for reverence, respect for something far beyond human grasp. With renewed determination, Jay retraced his steps back towards the airlock. There was more to explore, more mysteries waiting deeper within Icaron-Prime's tower. But for now, he needed to report what he'd found, to share this wonder with those who might understand its significance. Back at the airlock hatch, Jay paused one last time before stepping out onto the tower's exterior. The void welcomed him again, cold and vast against his suit. He secured himself firmly, feeling the familiar vibration humming beneath his gloves, a reminder of the journey ahead and the wonders yet undiscovered. 180 meters down, he murmured into his calm, voice steady despite the swirling emotions within him. And a universe full of questions. With deliberate care, Jay began his descent, each step measured, each hook anchored securely, as if descending from some divine summit into mortal realms below. The tower's hum followed him like a whispered secret, guiding him back towards home with newfound purpose etched deep within his soul. Chapter 9. The tower of Icaron-Prime, the shipyard chancellery, hummed with an electric tension that seemed to resonate through the very metal bones of the Icaron-Prime station. Ilara Wynn stood at the head of a long, polished table, her fingers tracing the cool surface as if drawing strength from its unyielding solidity. The council lords sat in stiff-backed chairs, their brocade coats rustling softly like the whispering of old parchment. Their eyes darted between Ilara and the holographic projection of director Casson Vall, who loomed at the far end of the table, his avatar smooth and composed. Vall's lawyers, a trio of sharp-eyed individuals in pristine Federation garb, flanked him. The senior counsel, a woman with hair as silver as a comet's tail, stood when Ilara invoked the Infrastructure Emergency Authority mandate. "Commissioner Wynn," she began, her voice echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged chamber, "you are aware that invoking such a mandate requires irrefutable evidence of immediate threat to Federation infrastructure." Ilara met her gaze steadily. "I am, and I have it." The lawyer's lips curled into a faint smile. "Then let us examine this evidence, shall we? You claim the steel in the tower matches manifests from our depots. Steel is a common commodity, Commissioner. Such claims are tenuous at best." Ilara nodded, as if expecting the objection. She gestured to a tech assistant standing discreetly by the wall. A holographic display flickered to life above the table, projecting intricate molecular structures and spectral analyses. The steel in question is not merely common, Alara explained. It contains trace elements unique to Icaron-Prime's smelting process, a signature only detectable with advanced spectroscopy. The lawyer leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied the data. Even if true, Commissioner, this does not prove illicit activity. The tower could be a legitimate construction project. Except for one thing, Alara countered. The tower's systems use Kither relay cores, controlled technology restricted to Federation military applications. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. Yet here they are, powering an unauthorized structure in a civilian shipyard. Vol's avatar remained impassive, but his lawyers exchanged glances. The silver-haired counsel recovered quickly. Kither relays are indeed controlled, she conceded, but their application is not restricted to military use. They can be legally procured for commercial ventures with proper authorization. Alara raised an eyebrow. Then perhaps Director Vol can provide the necessary permits and clearance documents. The lawyer hesitated, a barely perceptible flicker in her composure. We are still gathering the relevant paperwork, she replied smoothly. But rest assured, Commissioner, all legal channels will be adhered to. Alara leaned back, her expression inscrutable. I am sure they will. In the meantime, I have another piece of evidence. She gestured again, and the holographic display shifted to show a star chart peppered with red markers, a visual representation of the black field's phenomena. These anomalies, she said, pointing to the marks, have appeared only on routes that Vol's shipping company does not service. The council lords murmured among themselves, their discomfort palpable. The lawyer, however, remained unfazed. Correlation does not imply causation, Commissioner. Just because these fields avoid our routes does not mean we are responsible for them. Alara nodded slowly. True enough, but consider this. The black fields disrupt navigation systems, causing ships to veer off course. Yet Vol's vessels navigate unscathed through regions others dare not enter. How do you explain that? The lawyer's smile was tight-lipped. Efficient routing algorithms and skilled pilots, Commissioner. Nothing more sinister than good business practices. Alara held her gaze for a moment before turning to the council lords. Gentlemen, she said, her voice softer now, almost conversational. I understand your concern about Federation interference, but this is not about politics or jurisdiction. It's about safety, yours and ours. She gestured to the star chart. These fields are growing more frequent, more dangerous. We need answers, and I believe they lie within that tower. One of the lords, a gaunt man with eyes like flint, cleared his throat. Commissioner Wynne, he said, while we appreciate your vigilance, we must also consider the implications for our economy. The shipyard is a lifeline for many families here. Closing it down is not my intention, Alara interjected gently. I seek cooperation, not confrontation, but if Director Vol refuses to decommission the tower voluntarily, I will have no choice but to enforce the mandate. Vol's avatar finally stirred, his smooth voice filling the chamber. Commissioner, you tread on thin legal ground. My lawyers will contest this mandate vigorously. We have every right to operate within the confines of the law. Alara met his gaze unflinchingly. And I have every right to ensure Federation safety and security. If your operations are above board, you have nothing to fear from scrutiny. The silver-haired lawyer stepped forward again. Commissioner, we propose a compromise. Allow our engineers access to the tower under supervised conditions, if they can demonstrate compliance with all relevant regulations. Alara cut her off with a raised hand. I appreciate the offer, Counselor, but supervision is not enough. I need full access to Vol's records, unfiltered and unrestricted. Every transaction, every shipment, every communication related to that tower. A tense silence fell over the room. The lawyer exchanged glances with her colleagues before turning back to Alara. That is a broad request, Commissioner. It could take weeks to compile such data. Alara nodded. Then we start immediately. My team will assist in expediting the process. She looked around the table, her expression firm yet fair. Gentlemen, this is not a negotiation but a necessity. Either Director Vol cooperates fully, or he faces the full force of Federation law. Vol's avatar remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Very well, Commissioner Wynne. You have my cooperation for now. But know this, if your investigation yields nothing incriminating, I expect an apology and full restitution for any disruptions caused to our operations." Alara inclined her head slightly. "Understood, Director, but let me be clear. I do not make threats lightly. If you are hiding something, I will find it." As the council lords began to disperse, murmuring among themselves, Alara turned to Vol's lawyers. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice low but steady, "I suggest we begin promptly. Time is of the essence." The silver-haired council nodded curtly. "Indeed, Commissioner, we will coordinate with your team and provide access to our records." She paused briefly before adding, "But know this. If you find nothing amiss, we will not hesitate to pursue legal action against you personally." Alara met her gaze calmly. "I would expect nothing less, Counselor, but I stand by my mandate and I stand by the evidence. The truth will out, one way or another." As the lawyers withdrew, leaving Alara alone with her tech assistant, she let out a slow breath. The room felt colder now, the hum of tension replaced by a palpable sense of anticipation. She turned to her assistant, a young woman with keen eyes and quick fingers on the data pads. "You heard them," Alara said softly. "We start immediately. Pull every record we have on Vol's operations, every whisper, every rumor, every piece of data that might give us an edge." The tech assistant nodded eagerly. "Yes, Commissioner, but are you sure about this? Director Vol is not someone to be trifled with." Alara smiled grimly. "I know, and that's exactly why we need to tread carefully, but remember, we're not just investigating a tower. We're unraveling a web of secrets that could affect the entire Federation." She paused, her gaze drifting to the holographic star chart still hovering above the table. "We need answers, and I won't rest until we have them." The assistant's expression mirrored Alara's determination. "Understood, Commissioner. We'll leave no stone unturned." Alara nodded, turning back to the table as if seeking guidance from its polished surface. The shipyard chancellery was quiet now, save for the faint hum of distant machinery and the soft murmur of her tech assistant's voice as she began coordinating with their team. Alara allowed herself a moment of reflection, remembering why she had chosen this path, the sense of duty that drove her, the thrill of unraveling mysteries hidden among the stars. This was what she lived for, the pursuit of truth in the vast expanse of the cosmos. And as she stood there, surrounded by the echoes of ancient wars and modern intrigues, she knew that no matter how daunting the challenge, she would see it through to the end. The hours stretched into days as Alara's team delved deep into Vol's records, sifting through mountains of data for any hint of irregularity. The shipyard hummed with a new energy, a mix of apprehension and curiosity. While Jay continued his ascent up the tower, his progress monitored closely by Alara's remote sensors. Each layer he climbed revealed more of the structure's enigmatic design. Labyrinthine corridors lined with pulsating crystals, chambers filled with whispers of ancient languages long forgotten. Alara found herself torn between her duty to uncover the truth and a growing fascination with the tower itself. Its intricate architecture spoke of a technology far beyond anything she had encountered, hinting at secrets buried deep within its metallic heart. She often wondered what Jay saw as he climbed, what wonders or horrors awaited him in the darkness above. Meanwhile, Vol's lawyers maintained a constant presence, their scrutiny unrelenting yet meticulous. They accompanied Alara's team on every data retrieval mission, ensuring compliance with legal protocols while subtly probing for weaknesses in her argument. Alara met each challenge with calm resolve, her responses backed by irrefutable evidence and a deep understanding of Federation law. One evening, as the shipyard's artificial lights cast long shadows across the chancellery floor, Alara found herself alone again with her thoughts. She stood before the holographic star chart, tracing paths through the cosmos with her fingers as if seeking patterns in the chaos. The black fields glowed ominously against the backdrop of stars, their red markers a stark reminder of the danger lurking beyond their immediate concerns. A soft chime echoed through the room, signaling an incoming comm request from Director Vol himself. Alara accepted the call, and his avatar materialized before her, still smooth and composed, but with a hint of weariness in his eyes. "Commissioner," he began without preamble, "I hope you are making progress in your investigation." Alara nodded. Your records have been enlightening. A faint smile touched Vol's lips. I'm glad to hear it. But I must warn you, Commissioner, time is running out. The mandate expires soon, and if you cannot provide concrete evidence of wrongdoing— Don't worry, Director, Alara interrupted gently. We won't need all 72 hours. Vol's expression tightened slightly. Very well, but remember I have resources at my disposal too. If this investigation turns up nothing, I will not hesitate to protect my interests, and yours will be on the line. Alara met his gaze steadfastly. I understand, Director, and I appreciate your patience thus far. But know this, whatever we find, it won't change our course of action. The truth must be revealed for the sake of everyone involved. Vol held her gaze for a long moment before nodding slowly. I see you are as resolute as ever, Commissioner. Very well. Carry on with your work. His avatar flickered briefly before disappearing, leaving Alara alone once more. As she turned back to the star chart, a sense of determination washed over her. This was more than just an investigation. It was a test of wills, a battle for control over forces that transcended human understanding. And as she stood there, surrounded by the echoes of ancient wars and modern intrigues, Alara knew that no matter how daunting the challenge, she would see it through to the end. The days blurred into a whirlwind of data analysis and legal maneuvering, each revelation bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Jay's ascent continued apace, his progress marked by cryptic transmissions and glimpses of otherworldly vistas. And through it all, Alara remained steadfast, her resolve unshaken by the mounting pressures. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached a critical juncture. In the dimly lit confines of her makeshift command center within the Chancellery, Alara gathered her team around a central hollow display. The air crackled with tension as she activated a sequence of encrypted files. Data culled from Vol's records, pieced together over countless hours of painstaking work. The holographic display flickered to life, revealing layer upon layer of intricate schematics and algorithms. At its core pulsed an image that sent shivers down Alara's spine. The tower itself, rendered in glowing blue lines against a backdrop of stars. But it was not just any image. This one showed internal structures never before glimpsed, chambers filled with swirling energies and mechanisms unlike anything known to Federation science. Alara took a deep breath, her voice steady despite the whirlwind within her. Gentlemen, she said, addressing both her team and Vol's lawyers, who stood nearby with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright suspicion. What you see before us is the true nature of the tower, a structure designed not merely for commerce or defense, but for something far more profound. She gestured to the hologram, tracing paths through its complexities. This is a nexus, a convergence point for energies that transcend our understanding. It taps into cosmic forces we barely grasp, harnessing them for purposes unknown. A murmur rippled through the room as Alara's words sank in. The silver-haired lawyer stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied the hologram. Commissioner, she began cautiously, this is extraordinary, but how do you know it's not merely a theoretical construct? A simulation? Alara shook her head. Because Jay has seen it firsthand. His transmissions match these schematics with uncanny precision. She paused briefly before continuing, and because there are patterns here, resonances that align with the Black Field's phenomena. The room fell silent as Alara's words hung in the air like a challenge. Vol's lawyers exchanged glances, their earlier confidence replaced by a palpable unease. Commissioner, one of them ventured after a moment, if what you say is true, and I stress if this changes everything, we need to verify these findings independently. Alara nodded. Of course, my team will provide full access to our data, and we welcome any scrutiny you wish to apply. She turned back to the hologram, her voice softening slightly. But understand this. Whatever we uncover here, it won't change the fact that this tower represents a threat, one we must address before it's too late. As the council lords and lawyers dispersed, murmuring among themselves, Alara remained standing before the holographic display. Her mind raced with implications, possibilities, and unanswered questions. The truth was within reach, tantalizingly close, but so were new dangers, lurking in shadows cast by ancient secrets. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. This investigation had begun as a quest for answers, but it had evolved into something far greater, a journey through the cosmos itself, guided by the unyielding light of truth. And as she gazed upon the pulsating heart of the tower, Ilara knew that no matter how daunting the path, she would walk it to its end. In the days that followed, Ilara's team worked tirelessly alongside Vol's engineers and lawyers, verifying data, cross-referencing findings, and debating interpretations. The shipyard buzzed with a renewed energy, a mix of anticipation and trepidation, as whispers of their discoveries spread through its corridors like wildfire. Yet amidst the flurry of activity, Ilara found moments of quiet reflection, standing alone in the chancellery or wandering the labyrinthine halls of the tower itself. Each step brought her closer to understanding, and each revelation deepened the mystery, casting new shadows over familiar ground. One such moment came as she stood at an observation deck overlooking the shipyard's vast expanse. The stars stretched out before her like a tapestry woven with threads of light, their distant gleam mirroring the intricate patterns etched into her mind. Behind her, the tower loomed, a monolith of steel and secrets, its peak shrouded in darkness. A soft chime echoed through the deck, signaling an incoming comm request from Jay. Ilara accepted the call, and his image materialized before her, haggard yet determined, framed against a backdrop of swirling energies. "Ilara," he began without preamble, "I've reached another threshold. There's something different about this level." She leaned closer to the hollow display, her eyes scanning the data feeds streaming alongside his image. "Different how?" Jay hesitated briefly before replying. "It's hard to describe. The energies here are alive. They respond to my presence almost like they're aware of me." He paused again, his expression troubled. "And there's a voice, faint but persistent. It whispers in a language I can't comprehend." Ilara felt a chill run down her spine. "A voice, are you sure?" Jay nodded. "Yes, it's unsettling, but also familiar somehow, as if tapping into memories buried deep within me." She took a deep breath, her mind racing with possibilities. "Stay focused, Jay. We need to understand this phenomenon to know whether it poses a threat or holds answers we seek." He met her gaze steadfastly. "I will, but Ilara, be careful down there. The tower isn't what it seems." As their comm ended and Jay's image flickered away, Ilara stood alone on the observation deck, gazing out into the cosmos. His words echoed in her mind, a haunting reminder of the unknown awaiting them within the tower's depths. The final pieces fell into place over the next few hours, a flurry of cross-reference data, corroborated findings, and legal arguments honed to razor-sharp precision. Ilara stood once more before Vol's lawyers and council lords, her team arrayed behind her like a phalanx of truth-seekers. "Gentlemen," she began, her voice steady despite the storm raging within her, "we have reached a conclusion. The evidence is irrefutable. The tower of Icaron-Prime taps into cosmic energies beyond our comprehension, energies that manifest as the Black Field's phenomena." A murmur rippled through the room, punctuated by sharp intakes of breath and furtive glances between council members. The silver-haired lawyer stepped forward, her expression inscrutable. "Commissioner," she said slowly, "if what you claim is true, and our independent verification supports your findings, then Director Vol's operations have indeed strayed beyond legal boundaries." Ilara nodded grimly. "Precisely, and given the potential risks posed by these energies, I reiterate my demand for immediate decommissioning of the tower." Vol's avatar flickered to life at the far end of the table, his smooth facade crumbling under the weight of their discoveries. "Commissioner Wynne," he began, his voice tinged with a rare note of frustration, "you leave me little choice but to concede. The tower will be decommissioned forthwith." Ilara met his gaze unflinchingly. "Thank you, Director. Your cooperation is noted and appreciated." She turned back to the council lords, her expression softening slightly. "Gentlemen, this investigation has revealed truths both wondrous and terrifying, but it is also a testament to our collective resilience, our ability to confront the unknown with courage and determination." As the meeting adjourned, and Vol's lawyers began coordinating with Ilara's team on decommissioning protocols, she found herself once more standing alone amidst the echoes of ancient wars and modern intrigues. The shipyard hummed around her, a symphony of machinery and whispers, punctuated by the distant rumble of Jay's descent from the tower's peak. She gazed up at the looming structure, its metallic surface gleaming under artificial starlight. Within its depths lay secrets yet unexplored, mysteries that would continue to haunt her dreams for years to come. But for now, amidst the swirling energies and whispered voices, she knew one truth above all others. They had won, a battle fought not with weapons or brute force, but with knowledge, persistence, and an unyielding pursuit of justice. And as Alara Wynn stood there, surrounded by echoes of battles past and victories yet to come, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction, of duty fulfilled and mysteries unlocked. For in the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst stars that sang songs older than time itself, she had found her place, a beacon of truth shining brightly against the shadows cast by ancient secrets. The decommissioning process began almost immediately, a meticulous dismantling of technologies that would have once seemed mere fantasy. Jay descended from the tower's peak, his transmissions providing invaluable insights into its internal workings, guiding engineers through labyrinthine corridors and chambers filled with pulsating energies. Alara oversaw every step, her presence a reassuring constant amidst the flurry of activity. She walked alongside Val's engineers, offering guidance rooted in both empirical data and intuitive understanding forged during countless hours spent poring over encrypted files and holographic schematics. As days turned into weeks, the tower began to change, its one sun-yielding surface marred by scars left behind by decommissioning equipment. The hum that had permeated Icaron-Prime's air grew quieter, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism tinged with lingering unease. One evening, as Alara stood at an observation deck overlooking the shipyard's vast expanse once more, she found herself joined by Jay. His steps were slow and measured, betraying exhaustion etched deeply into lines around his eyes. Yet there was also relief in his gaze, a quiet acknowledgement of battles fought and won. "Alara," he began softly, "it's over, isn't it?" She nodded, turning to face him with a smile that held both triumph and melancholy. "Yes, Jay, the tower is being dismantled piece by piece. Its secrets will soon be laid bare for all to see." He leaned against the railing beside her, gazing out into the cosmos as if seeking solace in its boundless expanse. "And what now?" he asked after a moment. Alara followed his gaze, her thoughts drifting through stars and whispers of ancient languages. "Now," she replied slowly, "we begin anew with knowledge gained and lessons learned. We forge ahead into the unknown, guided by truth and tempered by experience." Jay turned to look at her, his eyes reflecting starlight and shared memories. "And what about us? Our journey together?" She met his gaze steadily, a soft smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Our journey continues, Jay, through stars and shadows, mysteries yet uncovered. For as long as there are truths to seek and battles to fight, we stand united." As they stood there side by side amidst echoes of ancient wars and modern intrigues, Alara felt a profound sense of connection, not merely between two souls forged in fire, but with the cosmos itself. Within its vast expanse lay infinite possibilities, mysteries awaiting discovery, challenges waiting to be met. And so, beneath starlit skies that stretched out endlessly before them, Gate Commissioner Dr. Alara Wynn and her companion Jay embarked on a new chapter, a testament to courage, perseverance, and the unyielding pursuit of truth amidst the wonders and horrors hidden within Horizon's edge. Chapter 10. The heart of the abyss, the mid-airlock hissed open, revealing a yawning mouth of darkness that swallowed Jay Corbett and Harlan Voss whole. They stepped into the tower, their boots clanging against the grated walkway that stretched out like a metallic tongue, beckoning them deeper into the structure's maw. The air was thick with the hum of unseen machinery, a symphony of whirs and clicks that resonated through the soles of their boots and set their teeth on edge. Jay led the way, his fingers tracing the cold metal rail as they descended a spiraling staircase that hugged the inner wall. The tower's interior was a stark contrast to its sleek, black exterior, narrow, industrial, and cluttered with the entrails of some vast, mechanical beast. Exposed conduits snaked along the walls, their surfaces pitted and corroded, while panels pulsed with an eerie luminescence that seemed to dance just at the edge of visibility. Jay's breath misted in the cool air, each exhale a tiny cloud that dissipated into the gloom. Harlan followed close behind, his gaze darting from shadowed recess to humming conduit, every sense on high alert. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered, voice barely audible over the din of machinery. "Feels like we're inside some alien's corpse." Jay glanced back at him, a grim smile tugging at his lips. "That's one way to look at it. But remember, the Kither built these towers. They're not so different from us." "Yeah," Harlan scoffed, "different enough that they vanished without a trace." They rounded another bend, and the stairs leveled out onto a wide platform suspended over an abyss of darkness. There, at the tower's core, stood the Kither cores. 3 massive cylindrical units, each 2 meters across and 10 high, wrapped in a tangled web of cables that connected them to human-built transformer systems. The hybrid technology was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, a testament to human ingenuity fused with an alien artistry that defied easy comprehension. Jay approached the nearest core, his boots echoing on the grating beneath his feet. He reached out tentatively, fingers hovering over the cool metal surface. "Tomas," he said, activating his comm unit, "we're here." A moment of static, then Tomas Myra's voice crackled through the comm, tense and urgent. "Jay Harlan, be careful down there. The system is live and unstable." "Unstable how?" Jay asked, circling the core like a hunter stalking prey. "You said it yourself," Tomas replied. "The Kither relays are drawing subspace energy directly. It's dampening jump vectors in a radius of 15,000 clicks. If those cores overload, if someone triggers the contingency systems, the field expands to 50,000. Harlan whistled low, eyes wide as he took in the scale of the structures before them. "That's half a planet-wide disaster waiting to happen." "Exactly," Tomas confirmed. "At relativistic speeds, every FTL ship in that radius would drop out of jump simultaneously. It'd be catastrophic." Jay's brow furrowed, his gaze flicking between the cores and the transformers that hummed with raw power. "What if we just turn it off?" "Can't do that," Tomas said, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. "The damping field collapses, but the energy has to go somewhere. The discharge would fry half the orbit." Jay's stomach dropped as he absorbed the implications. They couldn't turn it off safely, not without annihilating everything in low orbit. Harlan looked at Jay, eyes reflecting the ghostly glow of the cores. "So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place." "Seems that way," Jay murmured. Then louder into the comm, "Tomas, we need to drain it, safely." A pause, then Tomas's sigh. "I've been working on simulations. There's a chance, slim but possible, that we can reroute the energy into the tower's structural matrix. It's designed to handle extreme forces. It might absorb enough to prevent a catastrophic discharge." Jay nodded, already planning. "All right, send me the specs. Harlan and I will see if we can implement on site." "Be careful," Tomas warned. "One wrong move." "I know," Jay cut him off gently. "We'll be careful." He turned back to Harlan, who was examining one of the transformer units with a mix of awe and trepidation. "You hear that? We've got our work cut out for us." Harlan nodded, running a gloved hand over the cool metal housing. "Always do, but how do we start?" Jay pulled up the specs Tomas had sent, scrolling through schematic after schematic until he found what he was looking for. "We need to access the primary interface here," he pointed to a panel near the base of one core, "and reroute the energy flow." Harlan grunted, already moving towards the indicated point. "Let's get this show on the road, then." They set to work, Jay interfacing with the alien technology while Harlan monitored their surroundings and kept an eye on the tower's structural integrity. The minutes ticked by in silence, punctuated only by the hum of machinery and the occasional crackle from their comm units. Jay's fingers danced over the interface, navigating a labyrinth of commands that felt both eerily familiar and utterly foreign. Sweat beaded at his temple as he wrestled with the system, coaxing it into compliance. Beside him, Harlan tapped away at his own console, cross-referencing readings against Tomas's simulations. After what felt like hours, Jay leaned back, rubbing his eyes wearily. "All right," he said, voice hoarse from tension. "I think I've got the primary reroute in place. Now we just need to—" A sharp alarm pierced the air, jarring and insistent. Jay's heart leapt into his throat as he glanced up at Harlan, who looked equally startled. "What is that?" Harlan shouted over the din. Jay flicked through menus on his console, searching for the source of the alert. "It's a containment breach," he breathed, eyes scanning lines of data too fast to fully comprehend. One of the cores, it's overheating. Panic surged through him as he realized what that meant. If one core went critical, it could set off a chain reaction. All three might overload, and then half a planet would be wiped clean. Tomas! Jay barked into his comm, voice steady despite the terror clutching at his chest. We've got an emergency situation down here. Core 3 is overheating. Static crackled in response before Tomas's frantic voice came through. Jay, what happened? The readings? Not sure, Jay cut him off. But we need to cool it down fast. Harlan, I need your help. Harlan was already on the move, racing towards Core 3 with Jay hot on his heels. They skidded to a halt beside the massive cylinder, its surface now pulsating with an angry red glow. Jay's mind raced, sifting through emergency protocols and failsafe measures. There had to be something, anything, that could buy them time. Then it hit him, the tower's coolant system. It was designed to dissipate excess heat. If they could reroute some of that capacity to Core 3? Harlan, he shouted, already diving back into the interface. I need you to access the coolant controls. We're going to bleed off some of that heat. Harlan nodded, understanding flickering in his eyes as he scrambled to comply. Together, they worked feverishly, fingers flying over consoles as they wrestled with both alien and human technology. The alarm shrieked on, a relentless reminder of the catastrophe looming ever closer. Jay's heart pounded in his ears, each beat echoing the tick of some unseen countdown clock. He could feel the sweat trickling down his spine, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fought to stabilize the core. Then, finally, a shift. The red glow began to fade, replaced by the more familiar eerie luminescence. Jay sagged against the console, relief flooding through him so intense it left him lightheaded. We did it, Harlan breathed, leaning heavily on his own station. That was too close. Jay managed a weak smile, pushing himself upright. Too close indeed. But their respite was short-lived. As they caught their breath, Jay noticed something amiss. Another alarm, this one softer but no less urgent. What now? Harlan groaned, bracing himself for the next crisis. Jay's brow furrowed as he scanned the new alert. This wasn't coming from the cores. It originated somewhere deeper within the tower. It's a structural warning, he murmured, already moving towards the edge of the platform. Harlan followed, peering down into the abyss below. The darkness seemed to churn and roil as if alive with some unseen energy. What is that? Harlan whispered, voice barely audible over the hum of machinery. Jay shook his head, unease gnawing at him. I don't know, but I think it's time we found out what else this tower has been hiding. He activated his comm again, signaling Tomas. We're going deeper, he said simply. Keep an eye on those cores for us. Static crackled in response before Tomas's voice came through, laced with concern. Jay, be careful. Whatever you find down there, remember what we're dealing with. We will, Jay promised. Then, side by side, he and Harlan stepped off the platform and into the darkness below, leaving behind the relative safety of the cores for whatever horrors or wonders the depths of the tower held. Chapter 11. The dampening coil the tower's reactor room hummed with an incessant harmonic pulse, a symphony of mechanical whispers and electrical crackles that echoed through the vast chamber. Commander J. Corbett stood amidst the forest of transformer units, their metallic surfaces gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the underlying tang of old oil, a testament to the tower's age and the relentless work it performed. Harlan Kess descended from the upper section, his boots clanging against the metal grating beneath him. He moved with a practiced ease, his eyes scanning the labyrinth of machinery as if reading an ancient text. Jay watched him approach, noting the engineer's focused expression. Harlan had always been a man of few words but immense competence. What do you think? Jay asked, gesturing to the Kither cores nestled among the transformer units. Harlan chuckled softly, his voice barely audible over the hum. Whoever built this was an idiot, he muttered, running a gloved hand over one of the integration points. He pointed at the connections, thick bundles of cables snaking through the air like metallic vines. They connected Kither cores to standard shipyard transformers without any frequency dampening. Jay raised an eyebrow. And that's bad? Harlan looked up, his eyes reflecting the flickering lights. Very bad. The Kither systems are resonating at a harmonic that the human equipment can't filter. That's why the tower is vibrating. And that's also why the black fields are spreading. Jay felt a chill run down his spine. The black fields, a creeping, inexplicable darkness that seemed to swallow everything it touched, had been an ever-present threat since they arrived at Icaron-Prime. The thought of it expanding unchecked was terrifying. "What can we do about it?" Jay asked, trying to keep the urgency out of his voice. Harlan nodded, already moving towards a nearby workbench cluttered with tools and spare parts. "We need a dampening coil," he said, pulling out strips of rail copper. "Standard electromagnetic suppression, like what's used in Federation railgun systems." Jay watched as Harlan began to weave the copper into an intricate coil, his fingers moving with the precision of a surgeon. The engineer's hands were calloused and stained with grease, but there was grace in his movements. "That won't be enough, will it?" Jay asked, leaning against one of the transformer units. Harlan shook his head without looking up. "It's a temporary fix, but if we can dampen the resonance, buy us some time." Jay nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. "How long do you think this coil will hold?" Harlan paused briefly before answering. "Days, maybe. Vol's people will notice the interference pattern changing." The name sent a shiver through Jay. Vol, a shadowy figure whose influence seemed to permeate every corner of Icaron-Prime, was a constant thorn in their side. Jay clenched his fists. "Then we need to move faster," he said, more to himself than Harlan. Harlan looked up, his eyes meeting Jay's. "You have a plan?" Jay nodded, pushing off from the transformer unit. "I'll coordinate with Nia and our people on the surface. We need to gather as much intel on Vol's operations as we can." Harlan returned to his work, wrapping the coil around the primary conduit with careful precision. The tower's vibrations seemed to lessen with each loop he completed. Jay pulled out his comm unit, activating it with a quick swipe. "Nia, come in," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast room. A moment passed before Nia Voss's voice crackled through the comm. "Corbett, what's happening down there?" "We've managed to dampen the resonance temporarily," Jay replied, watching as Harlan secured the last of the copper strips with a series of small clamps. The hum in the room seemed to steady, the vibration fading into a gentle throb. Nia's voice was tinged with relief. "That's good news, but how temporary?" "Days at most," Jay said. "We need to act fast." There was a pause before Nia spoke again. "Understood. I'll start coordinating with our teams on the surface. We'll need to be careful. Any wrong move could tip Vol off." Jay nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "Exactly, and we need intel, anything that can give us an edge. Harlan's fix is just buying us time." Harlan finished his work and stepped back, his eyes scanning the coil with a critical gaze. He nodded to himself before turning to Jay. "Done," he said simply. Jay activated the comm again. "Nia, the coil is in place. The black field at our coordinates is shrinking." There was a moment of silence before Nia responded. "Confirmed, I can see it from here. Good work." Harlan listened to their exchange, his expression unreadable. He began gathering up his tools, methodically placing them back on the workbench. "Can you hold down the fort here?" Jay asked Harlan, who nodded in response. "You need to focus on the intel," Harlan said. "I'll keep an eye on this." Jay clapped him on the shoulder before turning away. As he made his way out of the reactor room, he couldn't shake the feeling of urgency that gnawed at him. The dampening coil was a lifeline, but it was fragile and temporary. The corridors of the tower stretched out before him, lit by flickering emergency lights that cast eerie shadows on the metallic walls. Jay moved swiftly, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. He needed to talk to Nia in person, to coordinate their next steps. The lift to the surface seemed to take an eternity, its gears grinding and clanking as it ascended through the tower's core. Jay leaned against the wall, his thoughts a whirlwind of strategy and concern. As the doors finally opened, he stepped out into the bustling chaos of Icaron-Prime's central hub. The surface was alive with activity. Scientists in lab coats huddled over consoles, soldiers patrolling the perimeter, and engineers rushing between tasks. Jay navigated the crowd with practiced ease, his gaze sharp and focused. Nia was waiting for him in a makeshift command center set up near the tower's entrance. The room buzzed with the hum of communication devices and the flickering screens displaying maps and data streams. Nia looked up as he entered, her eyes reflecting the stress lines etched into her face. "Jay," she greeted, gesturing to a chair. "We need to talk." He sat down, leaning forward in his seat. "What do we know about Vol's operations?" Nia activated a holo display, bringing up a map of Icaron-Prime with various locations highlighted. "We've been tracking movements and communications patterns," she said, pointing to different areas. "These are potential strongholds or staging grounds." Jay studied the map, his mind racing. "We need more than just potentials, we need concrete intel," Nia nodded. "Agreed. I've got a few teams ready for infiltration. But we need to be careful. Vol's people are well-armed and highly trained." Jay leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. The weight of their mission pressed down on him like a physical force. "We can't afford to make mistakes," he said softly. Nia looked at him, her expression determined. "We won't. We have the element of surprise on our side." Jay stood up, pacing the room as he thought aloud. "We need eyes inside those strongholds. Surveillance drones might work for a start, but eventually we'll need boots on the ground." Nia nodded in agreement. "I'll coordinate with our infiltration teams. We can start with reconnaissance missions, gather intel, and identify key players." Jay turned to her, his expression serious. "And if things go wrong?" A flicker of worry passed over Nia's face before she responded. "We have contingency plans, but we need to focus on getting this right the first time." Jay took a deep breath, nodding. "Let's do it." As they began to outline their strategy, Jay couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The dampening coil had bought them some time, a fragile window of opportunity. But it was enough. They could use this reprieve to gather the information they needed and strike at Vol's operations. The command center buzzed around them as they coordinated their teams, mapping out routes and assigning tasks. Jay watched Nia's efficient movements, her confidence a reassuring presence in the midst of uncertainty. "Nia," he said softly, catching her eye, "we'll get through this." She smiled, a small but genuine expression that cut through the tension. "Together." As they worked through the night and into the dawn, Jay couldn't shake the sense of awe and wonder at their surroundings. The tower of Icaron-Prime, a marvel of ancient technology and human ingenuity, stood as both a beacon and a barrier. It was a reminder of what they were fighting for, a future unshackled by the darkness of the Black Fields. Jay's mind drifted to the dampening coil, a testament to Harlan's genius and their collective determination. It was more than just a temporary fix. It symbolized their resolve to overcome the challenges that lay ahead. As the sun rose over Icaron-Prime, casting long shadows across the towering structures, Jay stood at the edge of the central hub, looking out at the vast expanse before him. The black fields loomed in the distance, a creeping darkness that threatened everything they held dear. But within those shadows, he saw potential, the opportunity to turn back the tide and secure a brighter future. With Nia by his side and Harlan's ingenuity fueling their efforts, Jay knew they had a fighting chance. The road ahead was fraught with danger, but it was also paved with hope. Hope that in the face of adversity, humanity could prevail. And so, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Commander Jay Corbett stood resolute, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For Icaron-Prime and beyond, the fight for survival continued. A battle waged not just with technology and strategy, but with the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream of a brighter dawn. Chapter 12. Shadows of Icaron, the tower groaned like a wounded beast as the lights flickered and died, plunging Commander Jay Corbett and his team into an abyss of Stygian darkness. Harlan Kess's curse echoed through the sudden void, cut short by the metallic clang of him catching himself on the grating beneath their feet. Nia Voss gasped, her breath fogging up in the abruptly chill air, while Tomas Myra's voice crackled to life over the emergency comm, his calm demeanor belying the urgency of their situation. "Vol triggered the lockdown," Tomas reported, his voice steady despite the chaos. "He has the tower sealed tight. I'm seeing mercenaries moving through the corridors, civilian coveralls, but they're armed to the teeth." Jay's suit lights flickered on, casting eerie pools of illumination on the grimy metal deck. He took stock, 3 levels below the primary airlock, surrounded by emergency bulkheads that were now slamming shut with a finality that sent shivers down his spine. "Trapped," Nia murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Jay's mind raced, sifting through protocols and memories of Icaron-Prime's labyrinthine layout. Not for long, he growled, activating the comm to respond to Tomas. We need options, Myra. Any way to override this from your end? Negative, Tomas replied promptly. Vol's got full control from the yard's command center. You're on your own down there. Harlan grunted as he pushed himself upright, his breath ragged but determined. There's gotta be a manual bypass. Old shipyard protocol, safety measure in case of power failure. Jay nodded, though Harlan couldn't see it. Nia, coordinate with Alara. We need eyes on those mercenaries. Harlan, find me that override. The tower shook again, and the distant hum of machinery echoed through the dark corridors. The grinding noise was louder now, a relentless march of metal against metal as bulkheads closed in from all sides. Harlan's gloved hands danced over the control panel beside the nearest bulkhead, his fingers tapping out a familiar rhythm. Here, he said, voice tense with concentration. It's old but intact, never been updated or removed. Jay stepped closer, suit lights illuminating the dusty panel. A tangle of wires snaked from it, disappearing into the wall like veins in a rotting corpse. Harlan worked quickly, his fingers deftly bypassing circuits and rerouting power. Nia's voice cut through the tense silence, her tone clipped as she relayed information to Alara over the comm. Alara says they're fanning out, moving methodically, clearing decks one by one. Jay's gaze flicked between Harlan's progress and the dark corridor ahead. The first mercenary appeared at the far end, weapon raised but not yet fired. A moment of stark decision hung in the air, fight or flee. Harlan, Jay prompted, his voice low but urgent. The bypass is live, Harlan confirmed, stepping back from the panel with a grim nod. But it won't hold for long. Jay nodded sharply and turned to Nia. Nia, before he could finish, she was already moving, her agile form darting toward the open bulkhead ahead of them. Stay close, Jay ordered, pushing through after her. The corridor stretched out before them, a tunnel of shadows punctuated by Harlan's suit lights flickering behind him. Nia's voice came over the comm, breathless but steady. Alara's tracking their movements. She thinks they're consolidating on level 7. Jay processed this as he ran. Level 7 was close. Could use that to their advantage. The tower's layout was a maze of interconnected decks and access shafts, each designed with redundancy in mind. If Vol thought trapping them would be enough, he underestimated the team's resourcefulness. The corridor split ahead, offering 3 paths, left toward the maintenance shafts, right down to the reactor core, or straight through to level 7. Which way? Harlan asked, his voice a harsh whisper. Jay pointed straight ahead. Level 7. We can't outrun them forever. We need to hit back. Harlan nodded and took point, leading them forward with his suit lights illuminating the way. The air grew colder as they moved deeper into the tower's core, the hum of distant machinery, a constant, ominous presence. As they approached level 7, Jay signaled for silence. Harlan halted, his breath visible in the frigid air. They listened, footsteps echoing through the corridors, muffled voices barking orders. The mercenaries were close. Jay turned to Nia, who stood ready with a compact tactical scanner. Any sign of Alara? Nia shook her head but kept her voice low. She's rerouting systems as we move, buying us time. They pressed forward, the tension palpable. Jay's grip on his weapon tightened as they rounded a corner and found themselves in an expansive maintenance bay, filled with towering stacks of crates and dormant machinery. Harlan signaled to the left, a narrow gap between 2 storage units offering potential cover. Nia nodded, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead while Jay kept watch behind them. Move, Jay whispered, urging them into the shadows. They huddled together in the narrow space, hearts pounding as they listened for any sign of pursuit. The mercenaries were methodical but slow, confident in their numbers and control over the tower systems. Jay could almost see Vol's smug expression behind his desk, orchestrating this like a macabre symphony. But confidence could be a weakness too, one Jay intended to exploit. Minutes ticked by, each heartbeat echoing in Jay's chest. Then the sound of footsteps grew louder, boots clanging against metal grating. Harlan tensed beside him, his breath steady but shallow. Spread out, a gruff voice commanded from outside their hiding spot. Clear every bay, don't let them slip past. Jay's mind raced, calculating angles and distances. They had surprise on their side, but only for a moment. He signaled to Nia with a swift gesture, "Ready your weapon." She nodded, her grip tightening around the compact blaster at her side. Harlan readied his makeshift toolkit, wires and circuit boards glinting in the dim light. Jay counted down silently, 3, 2, 1. He stepped out from their hiding place, weapon raised but not yet fired. The mercenaries reacted instantly, turning toward him with weapons drawn. But Jay was ready. He ducked low, firing a precise burst that sent one assailant crashing to the ground. Harlan surged forward next, his tools transforming into improvised weapons as he tackled another mercenary mid-stride. Nia's blaster cracked through the air, taking down a third attacker with surgical precision. Chaos erupted in the bay, screams of alarm mingling with the clangor of combat. Jay fought with ruthless efficiency, each movement honed by years of training and desperation. The mercenaries were well-equipped but outmaneuvered. Their coordinated assault crumbled under the ferocity of his team's counterattack. As quickly as it had begun, the fight was over. 3 mercenaries lay disabled or unconscious on the deck, weapons scattered around them like discarded toys. Jay stood panting, his suit lights casting a ghoulish glow over the aftermath. Nia checked each fallen foe swiftly but thoroughly, securing restraints where necessary and confirming no further threats. Harlan wiped blood from his brow, eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of reinforcements. "Good job," Jay panted, nodding to both. "But we need to keep moving." Harlan nodded grimly. "Ilara's rerouting efforts bought us a window, but Vol won't stay down for long." Jay turned back toward the corridor, his mind already plotting their next move. They couldn't stay on level 7 indefinitely. Eventually, the mercenaries would regroup and tighten their noose. "Where to?" Nia asked, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through them all. Jay thought quickly, recalling old schematics of Icaron-Prime's lower decks. "The old service tunnels," he decided. "They run parallel to the main corridors but aren't monitored by Vol's systems." Harlan looked doubtful. "They're barely more than maintenance shafts." "Exactly," Jay replied, "but they'll get us closer to the core without alerting every mercenary in the tower." Nia nodded, trusting his judgment. They moved out again, slipping back into shadows as silently as ghosts. The service tunnels were cramped and dark, filled with the stale scent of old machinery and forgotten secrets. The air grew colder still, moisture condensing on the walls around them like sweat beads. Jay led them deeper, guided by memory and instinct alone. Every creak of metal, every distant thrum of machinery echoed ominously through the tunnels, the tower's heartbeat pounding in time with their own. Finally, they emerged into a small chamber lit only by faint emergency lighting, an intersection point where multiple service tunnels converged. Jay studied the map etched onto an ancient panel, tracing routes with his finger. "We're here," he murmured, pointing at a spot near the tower's central core. "We need to hit back hard and fast." Harlan looked around warily. "And Vol, if we can't take him out directly." Jay smiled coldly. "Then we make sure he knows we're coming for him." Nia's eyes gleamed with determination as she prepared her weapons once more. "Let's show him what happens when you mess with the wrong people." The team exchanged nods, a silent pact sealed in the chill darkness. They moved out together, leaving behind the shadows of Icaron-Prime's underbelly and stepping back into the fray. The corridor ahead stretched long and ominous, bathed in the eerie glow of emergency lights flickering intermittently overhead. Jay's grip tightened on his weapon as he signaled for Harlan to take point once more. They stepped forward cautiously, every sense heightened by danger and adrenaline. Harlan paused at the next intersection, listening intently before signaling them onward. The tower groaned around them, metal creaking under unseen strain, distant echoes of activity echoing through hollow corridors. Jay could feel Vol's presence looming over everything, a dark force orchestrating chaos from above. As they neared level 6, Harlan halted abruptly, holding up a hand for silence. Jay strained his ears and heard it too. Voices up ahead, low but clear, speaking in terse commands. Mercenaries patrolling nearby, close enough to pose an immediate threat if detected. Jay motioned for Nia and Harlan to take cover while he scouted ahead. He crept forward alone, each step deliberate and silent against the grating beneath his feet. The voices grew clearer as he approached, a group of mercenaries huddled in a side room, their backs turned toward him. He counted 4, all armed heavily but seemingly unprepared for an ambush. Jay weighed options quickly, take them out now or retreat quietly. But retreating meant losing precious momentum and time they didn't have. He took a deep breath and stepped into view, weapon raised high enough to command attention without drawing immediate fire. The mercenaries spun around, shock registering on their faces before giving way to alarm. Jay's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Drop your weapons!" One hesitated too long, his hand twitching toward his gun. But Harlan was already there, rushing in with a swift strike that sent him crashing down. The others complied, raising hands and lowering arms as Nia stepped out from cover, blaster aimed steadily at their chests. "On the deck," Jay ordered, gesturing sharply. "Hands behind your heads." They obeyed without resistance, fear palpable in every line of their bodies. Harlan secured them quickly with makeshift restraints while Nia kept watch, her gaze flicking nervously between captives and corridors. "Tomas," Jay said over calm, voice low but urgent. "We've got intel. Mercenaries on level 6 are regrouping near the reactor core." Tomas responded promptly, his tone grave. "I'm seeing increased activity there. Looks like they're consolidating forces." Jay nodded grimly. "We need to split up. Nia, Harlan, you take these prisoners and head for the secondary airlock on level 5. Get them out safely if possible." Harlan looked surprised but didn't argue, understanding the necessity. "And you?" "Vol won't expect me to go straight for him," Jay replied with a cold smile. "I'm going to pay our host a visit." Nia hesitated briefly before nodding resolutely. "Be careful, Jay." He clapped her shoulder reassuringly. "You too." Then he turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving them behind. The corridors seemed to close in around him as he climbed higher through Icaron-Prime's labyrinthine depths, each step echoing with determination. Vol's command center loomed ahead like a fortress, its doors sealed tight against intruders. Jay paused at the entrance, listening carefully for any sign of activity inside. The air was thick with tension, every breath weighing heavy in his lungs. Then, with a deep inhale, he stepped forward and forced the door open, weapon raised high. The command center was a sprawling chamber bathed in the harsh glow of monitors and blinking lights. Vol stood at its heart, tall and imposing behind an array of consoles, his eyes narrowing as Jay entered. "Commander Corbett," Vol sneered, voice dripping with contempt. "I should have known you'd show up eventually." Jay's grip tightened on his weapon, but he didn't fire immediately. Instead, he circled slowly around the room, taking stock of mercenaries stationed at various control panels and workstations. "You shouldn't underestimate people, Vol," Jay said calmly. "Especially those who fight for something worth fighting for." Vol chuckled darkly. "And what exactly are you fighting for, Commander? A few scraps of pride?" Jay's gaze never wavered from his quarry. "For the people who call Icaron-Prime home, and for everyone else caught in your web. Your reign ends tonight." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Vol's face before hardening into resolve once more. "You think you can take me down?" He spat, hand reaching toward a hidden control panel. Jay moved faster than thought, weaving between consoles and mercenaries with fluid grace. Bullets ricocheted off metal surfaces as chaos erupted around them. Jay fought with every ounce of strength and skill honed over years of battle. He ducked under a swinging fist, countering with a precise strike that sent a mercenary crashing into equipment. Vol watched warily from the center of it all, a predator cornered but not yet defeated. As they clashed amid the chaos, Jay felt something shift within himself, an old anger stirred by Vol's ruthless ambition. He fought harder, each blow fueled by years of frustration and loss. The mercenaries fell around him like leaves in a storm until only Vol remained standing. The two locked gazes across shattered consoles and twisted metal, a standoff that echoed through the tower's corridors like thunder. Then Jay lunged forward, one final surge of energy, and slammed into Vol with brutal force, sending them both crashing down to the deck below. The room fell silent save for their ragged breaths mingling in the air. Jay held his ground, weapon pressed firmly against Vol's chest as the mercenary leader glared back defiantly. "You can't win," Vol rasped, blood trickling from a cut lip. "Icaron-Prime will always be mine." Jay shook his head slowly. "No, it never was yours to begin with. It belongs to those who live here who fight for it every day." With that, he pressed harder against Vol's chest, feeling the life ebb away beneath his grip until finally, mercifully, silence reclaimed command center once again. Jay stood there amidst the wreckage, panting and bruised but alive. The battle was won, but at what cost? He thought of Nia and Harlan out there still fighting their own battles, of Tomas coordinating from afar, of all those who had lost so much in this endless struggle for survival. As he stepped back into the corridor, Jay knew one thing for certain. Their fight wasn't over yet. Icaron-Prime stood on the precipice, a towering monument to human resilience amidst cosmic chaos. But its true test lay ahead. And they would face it together, united against whatever darkness loomed beyond horizon's edge. Chapter 13. Hold the bridge. The reactor room hummed with a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through Jay's boots and pulsed against his eardrums. The emergency lighting cast elongated shadows that danced macabrely on the bulkheads, turning the familiar into something alien and menacing. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and the metallic tang of adrenaline, a heady cocktail that sharpened his senses but did little to ease the throbbing in his shoulder. Jay Corbett leaned against one of the heavy equipment lockers they dragged across the primary access, his grip tightening on the wrench he held like a talisman. The makeshift barricade was an amalgamation of jury-rigged defenses, a haphazard patchwork of conduit pipes, toolboxes, and any other debris they could scavenge in their desperate attempt to fortify the reactor room. Harlan Kess crouched beside him, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The younger man had a piece of conduit gripped firmly in both hands, swinging it like a club with an efficiency that surprised Jay. Harlan's eyes were wild, but there was a steely resolve beneath the fear. "They're coming again," he whispered, more to himself than to Jay. Jay nodded, his gaze fixed on the dimly lit corridor beyond their makeshift wall. The mercenaries had attacked in waves, each one more relentless than the last. He could hear their boots clattering against the deck plates, their voices echoing through the half-darkness, a symphony of chaos and violence. Jay's shoulder ached from where a stray shot had grazed him, but he pushed the pain aside. There was no time for injury now. "Stay sharp," Jay murmured, his voice low but firm. "We can't afford to let them breach this line." Harlan swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the conduit. "Understood, Commander." Jay's comm unit crackled to life, Ilara's voice cutting through the static like a beacon of hope amidst the tumult. "Jay, Harlan, are you both there?" Her words were clipped urgent. Jay could almost see her in the control room, fingers dancing over consoles, eyes scanning readouts with fierce determination. "I'm here," he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "Harlan's with me?" "We've got a problem," Harlan interjected before Ilara could respond. He glanced at Jay, his expression grave. "Vol's people are trying to disconnect the dampening coil. If they succeed..." Ilara's response was immediate. "I know. I have the yard's emergency override authorization. I'm opening rescue hatches throughout the tower." Jay felt a flicker of hope amidst the despair. "Can we evacuate?" "We can," Ilara confirmed, her voice tinged with urgency. "But you need to get to level 5. There's an external airlock there. It's your best chance to escape." Harlan looked at Jay, his eyes reflecting the dim light. "What about the cores? We can't just leave them." Jay weighed their options, his mind racing. The Kither cores were the heart of Icaron-Prime, and leaving them unprotected was tantamount to handing Vol a victory on a silver platter. But staying meant risking everything, including their lives. "Harlan," Jay said, his voice firm but gentle, "you need to go." "No," Harlan shook his head vehemently. "I'm not leaving you here." Jay's grip tightened on the wrench. "It's an order, Kess." Harlan's expression hardened. "I don't take orders from commanders who fly into asteroids for a living." A ghost of a smile tugged at Jay's lips. Harlan's defiance was both frustrating and heartening, a reminder that they weren't alone in this fight. Ilara's voice cut through the tension. "Jay, we need to move quickly. The hatches won't stay open forever." Jay nodded, though he knew Ilara couldn't see him. He turned back to Harlan, his expression serious. "Listen to me. I can hold them off for a while longer. You need to get out of here and make sure the rest of the crew has a way out." Harlan hesitated, his jaw clenched. But he didn't argue further. Instead, he nodded grimly. "All right," Harlan said, "but only if you promise to follow me once you can." Jay clapped him on the shoulder, feeling the younger man's tension beneath his fingers. "Deal." Harlan turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Jay alone with the hum of the Kither cores and the distant clamor of mercenaries. Jay took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. The next wave hit hard and fast. Shadows lunged out of the half-darkness, silhouettes of men wielding weapons that glinted ominously in the sparse light. Jay's training kicked in, honed over 15 years of close-quarters combat. He swung the wrench with precision, aiming for joints and pressure points. Each blow was a symphony of grit and desperation, every grunt of pain from an enemy a testament to his resilience. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, each swing fueled by the knowledge that he was buying time, not just for himself, but for Harlan and the rest of the crew. The mercenaries pressed forward relentlessly, their numbers seemingly endless. But Jay held firm, a bulwark against their onslaught. As the battle raged on, Jay's mind drifted to moments past, memories of flight decks bathed in starlight, of camaraderie and laughter amidst the rigors of space travel. He remembered Alara's smile, her unwavering belief in him even when he doubted himself. And he thought of Harlan, the young engineer who had proven himself time and again, despite his initial reluctance. A mercenary lunged at Jay from the side, a knife glinting in his hand. Jay pivoted, using the attacker's momentum against him. The wrench connected with the man's wrist, sending the blade clattering to the deck. A follow-up swing to the temple left the merc unconscious, and Jay moved on. The reactor room was a maelstrom of chaos, but Jay fought with methodical precision. He could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, every fiber of his being focused on survival. The battle raged around him, a relentless tide of violence that threatened to overwhelm him. But he refused to yield. For Alara, for Harlan, for everyone who had ever believed in him. The fight seemed eternal, but eventually the mercenaries' assault began to wane. Jay stood alone amidst the wreckage, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his body aching from exertion and injury. The emergency lighting flickered, casting eerie shadows on the debris-strewn floor. Jay leaned against a bulkhead, catching his breath. He checked his comm unit, hoping for an update from Alara or Harlan. But all he heard was static, a chilling reminder of how isolated they were. Then a voice cut through the silence, soft but steady. "Commander!" Jay stiffened, recognizing the familiar cadence. It wasn't Alara or Harlan. It was Vol himself. "Ah, Commander Corbett," Vol's voice echoed through the comm, tinged with a mocking amusement that set Jay's teeth on edge. "I must admit I expected more from you." Jay gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to snarl into the comm. Instead, he replied calmly, "And what did you expect, Vol? A surrender?" Vol chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down Jay's spine. "Not at all, but perhaps a bit less resistance. After all, it's just a matter of time before my people breach your defenses." Jay took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He had no intention of giving up the fight, and he knew Vol wasn't bluffing. "Time will tell," Jay said, his voice steady and resolute. "But know this, I won't go down without taking as many of you with me as possible." There was a moment of silence before Vol responded, his tone colder than ice. "Very well, Commander, but remember, I always win in the end." Jay switched off the comm, his jaw clenched. He knew he couldn't let Vol's words get to him, not now, not when so much was at stake. He needed a plan, and fast. Jay's gaze fell on the makeshift barricade, still standing despite the relentless assault. The heavy equipment lockers, the conduits, and the myriad of jury-rigged defenses, it was all a testament to their resilience. But he couldn't hold out forever, not without help, and not without risking everything for nothing. Jay's thoughts turned to Alara and Harlan. They were counting on him, and he wouldn't let them down. He needed to find a way to evacuate, but first he had to buy more time. Jay's eyes scanned the reactor room, settling on the Kither cores humming softly in their containment chambers. He had an idea, but it was risky. The dampening coil was still holding, but if Vol's people managed to disconnect it. Jay shook off the thought. He couldn't dwell on what-ifs, not now. Jay moved swiftly, his body aching with every step. He checked the conduit pipes Harlan had rigged as makeshift weapons and ensured the lockers were secured. As he worked, he formulated a plan, a desperate gambit to turn the tables on Vol's mercenaries. When everything was in place, Jay stepped back from the barricade and took a deep breath. The reactor room felt colder now, the hum of the Kither cores almost ominous. He knew what had to be done. He just hoped it would be enough. Jay activated his comm unit once more, hoping Ilara was still monitoring. "Ilara, can you hear me?" There was a crackle of static before her voice came through, clear and steady. "Loud and clear, Jay. I need you to do something for me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What is it?" she asked, concern etched in every syllable. Jay outlined his plan, his words measured and precise. Ilara listened intently, her silence punctuated only by the faint hum of machinery in the background. "Can you do that?" Jay asked when he finished. "Yes," Ilara replied without hesitation. "But it's risky." "I know." Jay took a deep breath. "I'm counting on you." Ilara paused for a moment before responding, her voice firm. "We'll make this work, Jay." Jay nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude and determination. He switched off the comm unit and turned his attention back to the barricade. The next wave was coming. He could feel it in his bones. But he was ready. Ready for whatever Vol threw at him. Ready to fight for every second they had left. Jay Corbett stood alone amidst the wreckage, a lone sentinel against the encroaching darkness. He gripped the wrench tighter, his gaze fixed on the shadows ahead. This was their last stand, and it would be legendary. Chapter 14. Emergency Authority. The command center hummed with a quiet urgency, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the faint glow of holographic interfaces casting eerie shadows on Dr. Ilara Wynn's face. She sat alone in the heart of the tower's nerve center, her fingers dancing over the cool surface of the emergency console. The screen flickered to life, displaying a web of corridors and levels that sprawled like a metallic organism beneath her touch. Ilara's eyes scanned the schematic, her gaze lingering on the blinking icons representing Jay and Harlan, a beacon of hope in the otherwise chaotic labyrinth. She had overridden Vol's local access with her commissioner credentials, a move that sent a shiver down her spine. The implications were vast, but she pushed the thought aside. There was no time for hesitation. "Opening rescue hatches on level 5, she murmured to herself, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. She activated the command sequence, and a series of clunks echoed through the tower as hidden panels slid open, revealing narrow shafts that plunged down into the depths below. Ilara's fingers hovered over another set of commands. Sealing corridors was a drastic measure, but necessary if she wanted to funnel Jay and Harlan toward safety. She tapped the interface, and with a whoosh of air, heavy blast doors slammed shut behind them, sealing off their pursuers temporarily. The tower groaned in response, its metal bones shifting slightly as if adjusting to the sudden constraint. Next, Ilara focused on the external airlock on level 5. Her heart pounded as she initiated the opening sequence. The massive door began to retract, revealing a sliver of starlit void beyond. The cold grip of space seeped into the tower, a stark reminder of the vacuum's relentless hunger. She glanced at the sensor display, tracking Jay and Harlan's progress through the twisting corridors. They moved quickly, their silhouettes darting across her vision like specters in the night. Ilara felt a pang of relief. They were closer to escape than she had dared hope. Vol's mercenaries, however, were regrouping on level 3. Their movements were less hurried, more calculated, a predator's patience before the final strike. Ilara couldn't seal that corridor behind them without trapping innocents as well. The law was clear. She lacked the authority to trap people without a court order. Her comm device buzzed to life, Vol's stern voice cutting through her thoughts. "Commissioner Wynn," he growled, his tone sharp enough to slice through metal, "you are overstepping your authority." Ilara took a deep breath before responding, her voice calm but firm. "Director Vol, I am using exactly the authority granted to me by the Infrastructure Emergency Statute. The safety of civilians takes precedence in this situation." "By morning," he retorted, "you will be relieved of command. This insubordination will not go unpunished." Ilara's grip tightened on the console edge. "Then I have until morning, Director, and I intend to use every moment wisely." The line went dead, leaving Ilara in a silence broken only by the hum of machinery and the distant echo of her own heartbeat. She returned her attention to the sensor display, watching as Jay and Harlan navigated the maze with grim determination. Level 5 unfolded before them like an ancient temple, its corridors adorned with the remnants of a long-lost civilization. The airlock yawned wide ahead, beckoning them toward the stars. Ilara could almost feel their exhilaration mingling with dread, a dance on the knife's edge between life and death. "Come on," she whispered, as if her words could propel them faster. "You're almost there." Jay led the way, his cybernetic enhancements giving him an edge in speed and agility. Harlan followed close behind, her breath ragged but resolve unbroken. They dashed past emergency panels, their reflections flickering across polished metal walls. Suddenly, Jay skidded to a halt, his senses picking up a faint vibration ahead. He held up a hand, signaling Harlan to stop. She froze mid-step, eyes wide with alarm. "What is it?" she mouthed, her voice barely audible. Jay's gaze swept the corridor, scanning for threats. "Something's off," he murmured. "We're not alone." Harlan nodded, her grip tightening on her weapon. Together they crept forward, senses heightened. The airlock loomed closer, its gaping maw swallowing starlight and spitting out a frigid breeze. As they approached the threshold, Jay's enhanced vision detected movement within the shadows near the airlock controls. He signaled Harlan to split up, taking cover on opposite sides of the entrance. They waited, hearts pounding in sync with the tower's pulse. A figure emerged from the darkness, tall and gaunt, clad in tattered remnants of a Federation uniform. The stranger's face was obscured by a hood, but Jay could sense the raw intensity radiating from him. This wasn't one of Vol's mercenaries, something else entirely. "Who are you?" Jay demanded, his voice echoing through the chamber. "What do you want?" The figure paused mid-step, then slowly raised a hand in a gesture of peace. "I am Kale," he said, his voice like gravel underfoot. "I mean you no harm." Harlan emerged from her hiding spot, weapon trained on Kale. "Prove it," she snapped. Kale's hood fell back, revealing a face etched with lines of exhaustion and pain. His eyes held a haunted wisdom, as if he'd gazed into the void for too long. "I cannot stop what is coming," he said softly, "but I can guide you through it." Ilara watched the exchange unfold on her display, her brows furrowing in confusion. Who was this stranger? How had he evaded detection until now? Kale continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Beyond that door lies a path to freedom, one Vol's men cannot follow. Trust me?" Jay exchanged a glance with Harlan before nodding grudgingly. They needed every advantage they could get. With Kale leading the way, they stepped through the airlock and into the stark brilliance of space. Ilara held her breath as they disappeared from view. The sensor feed flickered briefly before stabilizing again, showing them now outside the tower's hull. A shiver ran down her spine. They were literally standing on the edge of the abyss. On level 3, Vol's mercenaries stirred like restless predators, sensing their prey had slipped away. Their comms crackled to life with urgent chatter, orders being barked and received with mechanical precision. Ilara zoomed in on their formation, her heart sinking as she counted at least a dozen heavily armed figures converging on the main lift shafts. She hesitated, fingers hovering over the console. Sealing those corridors would trap them all, but it might also give Jay and Harlan precious time to escape. The weight of responsibility pressed down on her like an iron shroud. Then, a sudden surge of activity caught her eye. Vol himself appeared on one of the upper levels, flanked by an entourage of armed guards. His gaze locked onto something beyond her view, a distant target only he could see. Ilara leaned forward, straining to decipher his intentions. Whatever he was planning, it wouldn't bode well for anyone still inside the tower. Back in space, Jay, Harlan, and Kale clung to a narrow gantry jutting from the tower's surface. The stars stretched out before them like an endless sea of diamonds, while below, the swirling clouds of Icaron-Prime's atmosphere seemed to call them home. "What now?" Harlan asked, her voice barely audible over the rush of wind. "We can't stay out here forever." Kale pointed toward a distant speck glinting against the cosmic backdrop, a derelict spacecraft drifting through the void. "There," he said. "That was my ship before things went wrong." Jay squinted at the distant silhouette, his cybernetic enhancements kicking in to enhance his vision. The vessel looked battered but potentially salvageable. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. "We can make it," he affirmed, turning to Harlan with newfound determination. "Together." Harlan nodded, her resolve unwavering despite the odds stacked against them. "Let's go." Ilara watched their progress with bated breath, tracking their slow ascent toward the derelict ship. They moved with cautious precision, every step echoing through the void like a silent prayer. Meanwhile, Vol's forces swarmed the lower levels, their relentless pursuit echoed by the clatter of boots and the hum of powered armor. Ilara bit her lip, torn between duty and despair. She couldn't seal those corridors without condemning innocence, yet letting them proceed unchecked risked Jay and Harlan's lives. A sudden alarm blared from the console, jolting her out of her thoughts. Red warnings flashed across multiple displays, signaling a catastrophic system failure on level 7. Her heart leapt into her throat as she realized what was happening. Vol wasn't just chasing them. He was tearing apart the tower itself. "Oh no," she breathed, fingers flying over controls to reroute power and stabilize failing structures. "Not on my watch." As she worked feverishly, a sense of purpose surged through her veins. This wasn't about politics or authority anymore. It was about survival, about protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. Up above, Jay, Harlan, and Kale reached the derelict ship, its hull scarred by years of exposure to space's harsh embrace. They moved quickly but carefully, each step measured against gravity's fickle whims. Inside, the air was stale and bitter, tinged with the scent of old oil and decaying metal. Harlan coughed as dust billowed around them, her eyes watering from the sudden assault on her senses. Yet there was something almost comforting in this grim familiarity, a testament to resilience amid ruin. Jay's hands danced over control panels, coaxing life back into dormant systems. Sparks flew as circuits flickered awake, casting eerie shadows across their faces. He grunted with satisfaction when finally, a low thrum resonated through the deck, a faint heartbeat returning from the brink of oblivion. Harlan joined him at the helm, her fingers tracing familiar paths along consoles worn smooth by time and use. Together, they guided the ship away from Icaron-Prime's gravitational pull, leaving behind the towering monolith that had once been their sanctuary. Ilara watched them go with a mixture of relief and awe. They were free, their silhouettes shrinking against the cosmic canvas until they vanished into starlight. She turned back to her console, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Vol's forces continued their relentless advance, oblivious to her silent vigil. She couldn't stop them all, but she could buy time. For Jay and Harlan, for the innocents trapped within the tower's labyrinth, and for the hope that someday this nightmare would end. Her fingers danced over the console once more, sealing off critical junctions one by one. Alarms wailed through corridors echoing with panic-stricken shouts. But Ilara stood firm, her gaze unyielding as she waged war against shadows. The command center hummed around her like a living organism, pulsing with raw energy and desperate defiance. She was the last line of defense, a solitary guardian standing between chaos and order. As dawn broke over Icaron-Prime's horizon, casting golden hues across steel and stardust alike, Ilara Wynn knew she had done all she could. The tower groaned under its wounds, but it still stood, resilient, unbroken. And so did she. Chapter 15. The evacuation shelter hummed with a low, persistent vibration, a symphony of machinery and desperation. Nia Voss's fingers danced over the jury-rigged console, her eyes scanning lines of code that flickered across a holographic display. Harlan knelt beside her, a toolkit spread out like a surgeon's instruments, ready to intervene at the slightest hitch in their makeshift system. Jay Corbett paced outside the makeshift lab, his boots echoing in the cavernous shelter. The air was thick with tension and the acrid scent of ozone from the overloaded consoles. He glanced at the chronometer on his comm unit. The seconds ticked away like a countdown to doomsday. 4 hours left. "How's it coming?" Jay asked, stopping beside Nia without breaking her concentration. "Close," she murmured, not looking up. "The countermelody is nearly calibrated. But I need more time." "Time we don't have," Jay replied grimly. "Vol's deadline is in 4 hours." Nia's fingers hesitated for a moment before resuming their frantic dance. "I know the stakes, Commander, but rushing this could make it worse." Harlan glanced up at Jay, his expression somber. "She needs to get this right. One wrong note and we might as well set off the Kither cores ourselves." Jay nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. He turned away, his mind racing. 4 hours. They had to stall Vol long enough for Nia to complete her work. Back in the command center, Jay activated a secure comm channel. Director Casson Vol's face materialized on the hollow display, a stern visage etched with lines of arrogance and desperation. "Director Vol," Jay said, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "You have my attention." Vol leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. "Commander Corbett, I trust you've had time to consider my proposal," Jay nodded slowly. "I have. But as I told you before, I'm not authorized to negotiate on behalf of the Federation." A slight twitch at the corner of Vol's mouth suggested he was holding back a smirk. "Then perhaps it's time for a different approach. You see, I've been reconsidering my initial offer. It seems too generous in light of your resistance." Jay's grip tightened on the comm unit. "What do you mean?" Vol leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "I'm escalating. If you refuse to comply, I will activate the Kither cores regionally. Not just one sector, all sectors within 100,000 kilometers. Imagine the chaos. Ships dropping out of FTL, systems gridlocked, entire fleets adrift." Jay's heart pounded in his chest. The scope of Vol's threat was monumental. "You can't do that. The political fallout alone—" "Exactly," Vol interrupted. "The Federation will have no choice but to negotiate. And you, Commander, will be the one responsible for the devastation if you fail to act." Jay felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He needed more time, and not just for Nia's work. He had to buy some breathing room. "Director," Jay said, choosing his words carefully, "I appreciate your frankness, but I need proof of your intentions. Show me the activation sequence. Let me see that you're serious." Vol raised an eyebrow but complied with a nod. A secondary display flickered to life beside him, revealing complex diagrams and code sequences. Jay's eyes scanned the data, his mind racing. It was real and terrifying. "There," Vol said, gesturing to the display. "The regional activation sequence. I'm giving you until midnight Federation Standard Time. That gives you less than 3 hours." Jay felt a surge of adrenaline. 3 hours. He had to extend this window somehow. "Director Vol, if I can get authorization from my superiors, will you hold off on activating the cores?" Vol hesitated for a moment before responding. "I'll give you 1 more hour, Corbett. But that's it." The comm channel flickered and died, leaving Jay staring at a blank screen. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what came next. Back in the shelter, Nia was hunched over her console, Harlan hovering beside her with tools at the ready. "Nia," Jay said urgently, "we have 2 hours left." She looked up, her eyes wide with alarm. "2, that's not enough." "I know," Jay interrupted. "But we need to push harder." "Can you do it?" Nia bit her lip, her gaze flicking back to the display. "I'll try." Jay nodded and turned to Harlan. "We need every piece of equipment we have, anything that can boost her signal or stabilize the system." Harlan sprang into action, rushing around the shelter to gather supplies. Nia continued her work, her fingers flying over the console as she adjusted parameters and refined the counter-melody. In the command center, Jay activated another comm channel, this time to his immediate superiors in the Federation fleet. "Admiral," he said when the connection established, "we have a crisis. Director Vol is threatening to activate regional Kither cores if we don't comply." The Admiral's image appeared on the display, stern and commanding. "Corbett, what are your recommendations?" Jay outlined the situation quickly, highlighting Vol's escalation and Nia's counter-melody theory. The Admiral listened intently before responding. "You have my authorization to negotiate," he said finally. "But be clear, any deal with Vol must include immediate deactivation of the cores and full transparency on his operations." Jay nodded. "Understood, sir." With renewed urgency, Jay returned to Nia's side. She looked up as he approached, her eyes weary but determined. "How are we doing?" he asked softly. "Almost there," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But it's delicate work." Jay knelt beside her, offering silent support. The shelter grew colder and more tense with each passing minute. Harlan returned, carrying armfuls of equipment that he began integrating into their setup. Nia's console hummed louder as she poured every ounce of her skill into the counter-melody. With less than an hour remaining, Jay stepped back to give her space. He watched as her fingers danced over the controls, her focus unwavering. Harlan stood by, ready with tools and adjustments if needed. Time seemed to slow down as they inched closer to Vol's deadline. The shelter's air grew thicker, charged with anticipation. Finally, Nia let out a shaky breath and leaned back from the console. "I've done it," she said quietly. Jay's heart surged with relief and pride. "Can you broadcast it?" Nia nodded, her hands moving to a different set of controls. She entered commands quickly, her fingers tracing paths through holographic interfaces. A soft hum filled the room as the signal began to broadcast through the tower's infrastructure. "It's working," Nia whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing hum. Harlan glanced at Jay, his eyes reflecting a mix of awe and relief. "She did it!" Jay nodded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. But their work wasn't done yet. He turned back to the comm unit and activated Vol's channel once more. Vol answered immediately, his expression unreadable. "Commander Corbett," he said coolly, "I assume you have news for me." "Director Vol," Jay replied, standing tall despite the exhaustion gnawing at him. "We're ready to negotiate." Vol's eyebrows rose slightly, but he kept his composure. "Go on." Jay outlined their terms: immediate deactivation of regional cores, full transparency on Kither core operations, and the Federation's commitment to open negotiations on the Black Fields. Vol listened in silence before responding. "You understand that these demands are steep, as is your threat," Jay countered. "We can't allow this situation to escalate further." Vol considered his words carefully, his eyes never leaving Jay's face. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Very well, Commander. I will hold off on regional activation and open negotiations with the Federation. But mark my words, this is not over." The comm channel flickered and died, leaving Jay standing alone in the command center. He let out a long breath, feeling a mixture of relief and unease. Back in the shelter, Nia slumped against her console, exhaustion etched on her face. Harlan handed her a flask of water, which she accepted with grateful hands. "You did it," he said softly. Nia managed a small smile. "We all did." Jay joined them, his gaze shifting between his friends and allies. In the tense hours leading up to Vol's deadline, they had pulled together an incredible feat, a testament to their resilience and ingenuity. "We're not out of the woods yet," Jay warned gently. "But we've bought some time, and that might be enough." Harlan nodded, a determined gleam in his eyes. "We'll keep working on it. Until this is over." Nia looked up at them both, her expression resolute despite the fatigue. "Until it's over," she agreed. As they huddled together in the shelter, the hum of their jury-rigged console a steady rhythm against the backdrop of uncertainty, Jay felt a glimmer of hope. They had faced an impossible task and found a way through, together. And though the battle for Icaron-Prime was far from won, they stood on the brink of a new dawn. In the dim light of the shelter, under the watchful gaze of the tower above, their journey continued into uncharted territories, guided by courage and the relentless pursuit of peace amidst the chaos. Chapter 16. The tower of Icaron-Prime. The air in the makeshift control room was thick with tension and the hum of machinery. Nia Voss's fingers danced over her portable array, eyes scanning lines of code that flickered across the screen like starlight on a distant galaxy. Her breath came in short, controlled bursts as she jury-rigged the broadcast system, weaving together yard communication equipment and her own advanced tech. Harlan Kess leaned over her shoulder, his grizzled face etched with concentration. "You're sure this will work?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. His hands moved with practiced ease, integrating the Kither systems into Nia's design. "We've done it before," Nia replied, though she knew the stakes were higher now. The Thalori countermelody had saved them in the Andoran sector, but this was different, a towering monolith of dark energy looming over Icaron-Prime. Ilara Wynn stood at a nearby console, her voice crisp and authoritative as she coordinated through comms. "Commissioner Ilara Wynn to Yard Control. This is a federal emergency zone, overriding local command protocols." She paused, listening to the static-filled response. "Confirmed. Command authorization transferred." Nia felt a surge of adrenaline. The time for theory was over. They were live now. She tapped a final sequence into her array and activated the broadcast. The countermelody surged through the tower's panels like an unseen wave, pulsing with harmonic resonance designed to disrupt the Kither core's destructive frequency. Nia held her breath as she watched the readouts, heart pounding. The black field responded almost instantly. Instead of expanding its malevolent tendrils further into Icaron-Prime, it began to contract. The dark energy receded, drawing back from the city like a retreating tide. Nia let out a sigh of relief, but her focus never wavered. She monitored the core's harmonic frequencies, adjusting the broadcast profile in real time. "Harlan," she called out, not taking her eyes off the readings. "We need to sustain this frequency. Can you lock it down?" Harlan nodded, his fingers flying over the console. "Working on it." His voice was steady, but Nia could see the strain in his movements. 40 years of engineering experience showed in every efficient motion. Alara's voice cut through the hum. "Nia, Harlan, we're getting interference from Vol systems. The contingency protocols are activating." Vol. Nia's grip tightened on her array. She had known this moment would come. "We need to stay ahead of it," she said, voice steady despite the racing thoughts in her mind. The tower groaned, a deep rumble that echoed through the panels like a growl from some ancient beast. The backup cores kicked in and the black field began to expand again. Nia's heart sank as she saw the readouts shift. Vol was fighting back. "Damn it," Harlan muttered, his fingers still dancing over the controls. "He's adapting faster than expected." Nia adjusted the broadcast profile, pouring more power into the counter-melody. The cores stuttered under the assault, their harmonic frequencies wavering. She felt a surge of triumph. They had bought time. "Alara, we need Jay," Nia said urgently. "He has to disconnect the primary core while these backups are suppressed." Alara's voice was grim but determined. "Jay, do you copy? We need you in the tower now." Static crackled through the comms, and then a clear response came through. "Copy that, Alara, on my way." Jay's voice was steady, but there was an undertone of tension. Nia watched the readouts with bated breath as she continued to refine the countermelody. Each second felt like an eternity. The tower's hum changed pitch, a discordant symphony that reverberated through her bones. She could almost see the battle playing out in the frequencies, a tug-of-war between their broadcast and Vol's defenses. Harlan leaned back from his console, wiping sweat from his brow. "We're holding steady for now," he said, voice hoarse. "But we can't keep this up forever." Nia nodded, her mind racing. "We won't have to. Jay will disconnect the primary core, and that should destabilize Vol's systems enough for us to shut them down completely." She hoped she sounded more confident than she felt. The minutes ticked by with excruciating slowness. Alara kept a constant stream of updates flowing through comms, coordinating with various yard personnel as they prepared for Jay's entry into the tower. Nia's eyes never left the array, her fingers poised to make any necessary adjustments. Finally, there was a shift in the tower's hum, a distinct change that sent a shiver down Nia's spine. She looked at Harlan, who nodded grimly. "Jay's inside," he confirmed. Nia focused all her energy on maintaining the countermelody. The Kither cores pulsed like a living thing under her control, and she could feel their resistance weakening. Vol was fighting back, but Jay's actions were cutting off his lifeline. She felt the tower shudder, a physical manifestation of its internal struggle. "Ilara," Nia called out, voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We need to be ready for when Jay disconnects the primary core." Ilara nodded, her fingers moving deftly over the controls. "Standing by." The comms crackled with static again, and then Jay's voice cut through. "I'm in position. Disconnecting now." Nia held her breath as she watched the readouts. The primary core's frequency began to waver, its harmonic resonance flickering like a dying star. She felt a surge of triumph mingled with fear. This was the moment of truth. The tower groaned again, a deep, anguished sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of Icaron-Prime. Nia braced herself for the impact, but it never came. Instead, there was a sudden silence, a void where once had been chaos. Harlan let out a low whistle, his eyes wide with disbelief. "It worked," he said softly. Alara's voice broke through the stunned quiet. "Jay, do you copy?" "Confirm disconnection." Static crackled for a moment before Jay's voice came through, strained but clear. "Primary core disconnected. Vol systems are offline." Nia let out a shaky breath and leaned back in her chair. The countermelody continued to pulse softly, but its task was almost complete. She could feel the tower settling around them, its once tremendous power now reduced to a humming whisper. Alara turned to Nia and Harlan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We did it," she said, voice barely above a whisper. Nia managed a smile, exhaustion washing over her like a wave. "We did." Harlan clapped her on the shoulder, his grip firm and steadying. "You were incredible, Nia. I've never seen anything like that." She nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her despite the lingering fatigue. "It was teamwork," she said, looking at each of them in turn. The control room fell silent for a moment, the weight of their accomplishment settling over them. Then Alara broke into action again, her voice brisk and businesslike as she coordinated with yard personnel to secure the tower and assess damage. Nia watched her, feeling a mix of pride and relief. They had faced an enemy unlike any other, and through ingenuity, determination, and sheer willpower, they had prevailed. As Harlan began to dismantle some of their improvised equipment, Nia took a moment to look out at the city beyond the tower's shadow. The black field was gone, its darkness replaced by the soft glow of Icaron-Prime's lights. The city breathed again, free from the malevolent grip that had threatened to consume it. Nia allowed herself a small smile as she turned back to her array. There was still much to do, repairs, analyses, and a deeper understanding of what they had achieved. But for now, she let herself savor this moment of victory. They had stood at the edge of destruction and pulled Icaron-Prime back from the brink. The tower hummed softly around them, its once terrifying presence now a quiet reminder of their triumph. Nia knew there would be challenges ahead. Vol was not defeated, only contained. But for now, they had won. And in that victory, she found a spark of hope. Hope for Icaron-Prime and for the countless lives they had saved. As Harlan packed away the last of their equipment, he paused to look at Nia. "You know," he said softly, "you've got a special kind of courage, the kind that doesn't back down from the impossible." Nia felt a warmth spread through her at his words. She met his gaze steadily. "So do you, Harlan, so do all of us." And with that, she turned to face the next challenge, ready for whatever lay beyond the horizon's edge. For now, though, she allowed herself a moment of peace, a moment to stand in awe of what they had achieved, and to wonder at the mysteries still waiting to be uncovered in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The tower of Icaron-Prime might have fallen silent, but the adventure was far from over. Chapter 17. The corridors of Icaron-Prime's tower stretched out before Commander J. Corbett and Harlan Kess like a labyrinth of shadows and echoes. The hum of the tower's systems pulsed through the metal beneath their boots, a relentless heartbeat that seemed to mock the chaos unfurling above. Vol's mercenaries had vanished into the ether, leaving behind a void filled with the whispers of abandoned machinery and the distant rumble of the counter-melody broadcast. Jay led the way, his grip tight on the plasma cutter strapped to his thigh. The Kither cores loomed ahead like silent sentinels, their metallic surfaces reflecting the dim emergency lights flickering from above. Harlan followed close behind, his breaths measured and steady despite the weight of their mission. They reached the primary core room, a chamber vast enough to swallow an entire starship, dominated by the towering structure that pulsed with raw, unbridled energy. The dampening coil hung precariously around the core, its coils glowing with an intense blue light that cast eerie shadows on the walls. Jay stepped closer, his eyes scanning the intricate web of connections snaking into the core's depths. This was no ordinary disconnection. The core was entwined with the tower's power grid like a living organism. "Nia, can you hear me?" Jay's voice echoed through the comm unit, crisp and clear against the ambient hum. "Loud and clear, Jay," Nia Voss replied, her tone steady despite the gravity of their situation. "I've got your readings here. The resonance cycle is approaching its peak." Jay nodded, though he knew she couldn't see him. He turned to Harlan, who was already positioning himself near a heavy-duty coupling that wrapped around the core like a metallic serpent. "Harlan, we need to open this at exactly the right moment," Jay said, his voice low and focused. "Nia will guide us." Harlan grunted in acknowledgement, his hands poised over the coupling's release mechanism. His fingers danced over the controls with practiced ease, ready to spring into action. Jay turned back to the core, his mind racing through the steps Nia had outlined earlier. The timing was crucial. A misstep could unleash a catastrophic discharge capable of tearing apart not just Icaron-Prime, but the entire orbiting fleet. "Resonance cycle at 50%, Nia announced over the comm. "Stand by." Jay took a deep breath, his gaze locked on the pulsating core, Harlan's fingers twitched, ready to execute the moment Jay gave the signal. The seconds ticked by in agonizing slow motion as the tower's energy surged and ebbed around them. 75%, Nia continued, her voice unflinching. Steady now. Jay felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple, but he didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the core, tracking its rhythm like a hunter stalking prey. 90%, almost there. Nia's words seemed to hang in the air, suspended between heartbeats. The hum of the tower grew louder, as if anticipating the climax. And now, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Jay nodded at Harlan, who reacted instantly. His hands flew over the controls, and with a mechanical whir, the coupling began to open. Jay reached out, his gloved fingers gripping the edge of the heavy metal casing, ready to pull it free from its socket. The core pulsed brighter, its energy surging in anticipation. Jay's heart pounded in time with the resonance cycle, each beat counting down the precious seconds they had left. 3, Nia counted. 2, Jay braced himself, muscles tensed and ready to spring into action. And 1, she finished, her voice barely audible over the roaring energy. In that fleeting moment, Jay yanked the coupling free with a force born of desperation and precision. The core shuddered as if struck by an unseen hand, its light flickering wildly before extinguishing altogether. A shudder ran through the tower, a primal tremor that seemed to rattle the very foundations. The room plunged into darkness for a fraction of a second before backup systems kicked in, casting a dim, eerie glow over everything. Jay's breath came out in a rush as he let go of the coupling, his hands trembling slightly from the strain. That's 1 core down, Nia said, her voice tinged with relief. Good job. Jay smiled grimly at Harlan, who returned the gesture with a nod and a faint grin. Backup systems are trying to activate, Jay warned. He could feel the tower's power grid rebalancing itself, searching for the lost energy. We need to keep them down. I'm on it, Nia assured him. The countermelody is holding strong, but we can't afford any lapses. Jay glanced around the room, his eyes adjusting to the muted light. The core stood silent and still, its once vibrant energy now a ghostly echo. Let's move out, Jay said, turning toward the exit. 2 more cores to go. The corridors were even darker now, the emergency lights flickering sporadically as they made their way deeper into the tower. Vol's voice crackled over the internal comm system, his tone laced with malice. I hope you know what you've done, he sneered. The discharge is still going to happen. Jay clenched his jaw, ignoring the taunt. He focused on the task ahead, pushing away the fear that gnawed at him. The tower's systems were in turmoil, but they had made it through the first hurdle. Then we finish this, he muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else. Harlan, ever vigilant, kept pace with Jay as they navigated the maze-like corridors. Each step seemed to echo louder than the last, a reminder of their vulnerability in the heart of Icaron-Prime. The tower's internal comm crackled again, Vol's voice a chilling whisper amidst the static. You think you can stop me? You're just a pawn in my game, he mocked. Your little counter-melody won't save you. Jay ignored him, his mind locked onto their objective. Nia's voice guided them through the labyrinth, her steady presence a beacon in the storm of chaos. Turning left at the next junction, she instructed. Jay nodded to Harlan, who followed closely as they changed direction. The second core room was even more daunting than the first. Its walls were lined with intricate circuitry that pulsed with residual energy, casting an eerie glow over everything. The core itself loomed before them like a dark god, its surface swirling with restless currents. Jay approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the connections and couplings. Harlan positioned himself near the coupling, ready to spring into action once more. Resonance cycle is stabilizing, Nia informed them. You're clear for approach. Jay nodded at Harlan, who began opening the coupling. The mechanical whir of gears echoed through the chamber as Jay prepared to disconnect the core. His movements were fluid and precise, honed by years of training and instinct. Resonance cycle reaching peak, Nia said, her voice calm despite the urgency. Stand by for my cue. Jay's gaze locked onto the core, his fingers poised over the release mechanism. The seconds ticked away in his mind, each one a battle between control and chaos. And now, Nia counted down, her voice a lifeline amidst the turmoil. In that instant, Jay pulled the coupling free. The core shivered violently before falling silent, its energy dissipated into the tower's grid. "Two down," Nia confirmed, her relief palpable over the comm. "Keep moving." The third and final core room was bathed in an ethereal glow cast by the residual energy of the previous cores. Jay could feel the tower systems straining under the weight of their actions, but there was no turning back now. Harlan worked swiftly on the coupling, his hands steady despite the gravity of their task. Jay stood ready, his mind focused solely on the core before him. "Resonance cycle stabilizing," Nia announced, her voice a beacon amidst the growing turmoil. "Stand by." Jay nodded at Harlan, who gave the signal with a nod and opened the coupling in unison. The final countdown began, each second stretching into eternity as they waited for the perfect moment. "And now," Nia's voice cut through the tension like a knife. With precise timing, Jay pulled the coupling free. The core shuddered before falling silent, its energy absorbed by the tower's grid without triggering a discharge. The room was bathed in darkness for an instant before the backup systems flickered to life once more. Jay let out a sigh of relief as he released his grip on the coupling. "All three cores down," Nia said with a hint of triumph. "You did it, Jay." Jay turned to Harlan, who grinned back at him, exhaustion etched on their faces but pride shining in their eyes. "You did good, Harlan." Jay clapped his hand on Harlan's shoulder, giving it a firm squeeze. "We did it together." The tower seemed to hold its breath for a moment before the chaos began to settle. The hum of its systems grew steady and rhythmic, no longer the chaotic roar it had been. "Now what?" Harlan asked, looking around the dimly lit room. Jay glanced back at the silent core. "We get out of here," he said resolutely, "and then we figure out how to deal with Vol." As they made their way back through the labyrinthine corridors, Jay couldn't shake the sense of awe that gripped him. The tower was a marvel of engineering and energy manipulation, a testament to human ingenuity pushed to its limits. They had tampered with forces beyond comprehension, bending them to their will in a desperate bid for survival. The exit loomed before them, casting a rectangular beam of light into the shadows. Jay stepped out onto the observation deck, the cold wind whipping around him as he gazed up at the orbiting fleet suspended above. "It's safe," Nia whispered over the comm, her voice filled with wonder and relief. Jay nodded, feeling a surge of pride mixed with exhaustion. The tower stood silent and dark behind them, its once menacing presence now a humbled giant. They had faced the edge of oblivion and stared it down, emerging victorious if battered. "Let's get back to base," Jay said, turning to Harlan. "We have some celebrating to do." As they stepped away from Icaron-Prime's tower, the first rays of dawn began to break over the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape. It was a new day, and with it came the promise of hope amidst the remnants of chaos. And so, Commander Jay Corbett, Nia Voss, and Harlan Kess stood at the precipice of a new era, their journey far from over but the immediate battle won. The tower loomed behind them, its secrets held close for another day, as they stepped forward into the dawn of a world reborn. Chapter 18. The tower's last breath, the darkness, was not mere absence of light, but a living entity, thick and oppressive, clinging to Jay Corbett's skin like a second layer of flesh. He moved through it with Harlan Kess at his side, their footsteps echoing in the sudden vacuum of sound that had replaced the tower's humming heartbeat. The emergency corridors were narrow, barely wide enough for two people abreast, and the air was stale, tasting of old metal and the faintest hint of ozone from the failed dampening coil. Harlan's breath rasped behind him, a grim counterpoint to the silence. Jay couldn't see his friend but could feel his presence, solid and reliable in the pitch black. They navigated by touch and memory, hands skimming along cold walls, feet finding familiar depressions in the floor that marked their path. "Nia," Jay whispered into his comm unit, "where are we?" The AI's voice was a lifeline, steady and calm amidst the chaos. "You're approaching intersection Alpha-7. Take the left branch. It will lead you to the emergency airlock." Jay relayed the instructions to Harlan, who grunted acknowledgement. They turned left, Jay leading with outstretched hands, feeling his way through the darkness. Above them, unheard and unseen, the Kither cores sat inert in their housings, like dormant beasts waiting for a spark of life that would never come. The tower groaned around them, settling into its new state of dormancy, structural steel creaking under the weight of absorbed energy. Jay's mind raced, trying to reconcile the sudden stillness with the chaos he'd known mere moments ago. He thought of Vol's voice cutting out, the finality of it echoing through his calm like a guillotine blade. What did that silence mean? Was Vol dead, captured, or worse, had he succeeded in his nefarious plans despite their efforts? Almost there, Harlan muttered, breaking Jay's train of thought. The airlock loomed before them, its outline barely discernible against the darkness. Jay felt for the control panel, fingers tracing over the smooth surface until they found the release switch. He pressed it, and with a hiss, the airlock cycled open. Cold air rushed in from outside, carrying with it the faint scent of asteroid dust and the sterile tang of vacuum. Jay stepped through first, Harlan closed behind. The yard spread out before them, an expanse of shadow broken only by the dim glow of emergency beacons scattered across the surface. Alara stood near the entrance, her silhouette stark against the muted light. She hadn't moved since they'd left. Jay could see the tension in her stance, the way she held herself ready for action even after 40 minutes of waiting. As they approached, she didn't speak but reached out, her hand finding his arm. He covered her fingers with his own, feeling the warmth of her touch seep into him. They stood there, two figures against the dead tower, silent and still. The asteroid's faint light cast long shadows that danced eerily around them, as if nature itself mourned the tower's fall. Jay looked back at Icaron-Prime, its massive form looming like a sleeping giant. Once a beacon of progress, now reduced to a hulk of metal and steel, lifeless and cold. The sight sent a shiver down his spine, but there was something else too, a sense of wonder, maybe, awe at the sheer magnitude of what had happened. "It's over," Alara said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Jay nodded, though he knew she couldn't see him. "Yeah." Harlan cleared his throat, shifting uncomfortably beside them. "We should check if any mercs are left around." Alara turned to Jay. "I'll go with Harlan." She hesitated before adding, "You stay here, keep an eye on things." Jay started to protest, but stopped himself. She was right. Someone needed to monitor the situation while they searched for stragglers. "Be careful," he said instead, squeezing her hand once more before letting go. She nodded and melted into the shadows with Harlan, leaving Jay alone amidst the debris of their battle. He watched them disappear into the darkness, then turned back to the tower. The structure seemed different now, less imposing somehow. Without its humming energy cores, it was just metal and glass devoid of life. Yet there remained an undercurrent of power, a residual energy that prickled at his skin. It felt alive still, not in the way it had been, but as though some part of it lingered beyond physical form. Jay moved closer, reaching out tentatively to touch the cold surface. His fingers traced over grooves and seams left by centuries of use, feeling every dent and scratch like Braille telling a story only he could read. He closed his eyes, letting sensations wash over him. The faint hum of residual energy beneath his fingertips, the cool kiss of asteroid wind against his cheeks. "What are you doing?" Alara's voice cut through his reverie, startling him. He opened his eyes to find her standing beside him again, Harlan nowhere in sight. "Just feeling it," he said softly. "The tower." She looked at the structure, then back at him. "It's gone, Jay. Whatever it was, whatever it meant, it's over now." "Is it?" He couldn't shake the sensation that something remained hidden within those walls, waiting. Alara sighed and leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. They stayed like that for a moment longer, two people clinging to each other amidst ruins. "I don't think so," Jay said finally, turning to face her. "I think there's more here than just dead metal." She frowned but didn't argue. Instead, she asked quietly, "What do you want to do?" Jay thought for a moment before answering. "We need to find out what Vol was really after. Why the cores? What does he plan next?" He looked back at the tower, determination hardening his features. "And we need to make sure whatever's left behind doesn't fall into the wrong hands." Alara nodded slowly. "You think there might be survivors inside?" "I don't know," Jay admitted, "but I can't just walk away without knowing for sure." He turned to her, resolve etched on his face. "I'm going back in. You stay out here and keep watch." She opened her mouth to protest, but closed it again when she saw the set of his jaw. Instead, she nodded once more and stepped aside. "Be careful," she said softly as he moved past her toward the airlock. "I will," Jay promised. Then he was gone, swallowed by the darkness of Icaron-Prime once more. The corridors were just as bleak inside, but this time Jay navigated with purpose. He followed paths etched into his memory, guided by an instinctual pull towards whatever lay at the heart of the tower's silence. He passed empty rooms where once teams had toiled, now abandoned except for the ghosts of their labors. Scattered tools and half-finished projects left untouched since the moment chaos struck. Each step echoed through vacant halls, amplifying the sense of desolation. At last, he reached the core chambers. The doors stood open, revealing the hollow spaces where Kither cores had hummed with life only hours before. Now they were empty shells, their energy siphoned away. Jay stepped inside the first chamber, feeling a strange mixture of awe and unease. He ran his hand along the cool metal housing, imagining the raw power that had once pulsed within. There was nothing here now except echoes of what might have been. He moved on to the next chamber, then the third. Each held the same empty promise, a void where energy should have thrummed. Yet amidst this emptiness, Jay felt something else. A subtle resonance, barely perceptible but unmistakable. It came from deeper within the tower, beyond these chambers. He followed it, drawn by an invisible thread leading him through winding corridors until he found himself standing before a door marked with symbols he didn't recognize. Jay hesitated for only a moment before pushing it open. Inside lay another room, smaller than the core chambers, but filled with an intensity that made his skin crawl. At its center stood a console, humming softly despite the tower's apparent stillness. He approached cautiously, half expecting alarms or defenses to activate. But nothing happened except for the gentle throb of energy beneath his feet. The console displayed flickering holograms, maps, schematics, and strings of data scrolling too fast for him to read. Jay leaned in closer, trying to decipher their meaning. Suddenly, one sequence caught his eye. Coordinates he recognized from recent missions, each marked with symbols indicating strategic points across various sectors. A chill ran down his spine as realization dawned. This wasn't just some forgotten control room. It was a command center, a nexus point for whatever Vol had planned next. He reached out tentatively, fingers hovering over the holograms before touching one. The map zoomed in on a specific location, an asteroid field near the outskirts of explored space. As he touched another coordinate, more details appeared: troop movements, supply routes, even encrypted communications chatter. Jay's heart pounded as pieces fell into place. Vol hadn't been trying to destroy Icaron-Prime. He'd wanted its cores for something far worse, a weapon, perhaps, or a key component in whatever grand scheme he had devised. But why leave this here? Why not erase all traces once his plan was set in motion? Unless... Jay's gaze fell on a small device tucked away at the edge of the console. It looked innocuous enough, but its presence sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. He picked it up carefully, examining its surface for any hints. It clicked under pressure, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a data chip, unmarked and pristine. Jay's instincts screamed at him to plug it into something, anything, to see what secrets it held. But first, he needed backup. This wasn't information meant for one person alone. It was a puzzle needing multiple minds to solve. With newfound urgency, Jay retraced his steps back through the darkened corridors, data chip clutched tightly in his hand. He emerged from Icaron-Prime into the asteroid's faint light, finding Alara and Harlan waiting anxiously outside. "Jay," Alara rushed forward, relief washing over her features. "What did you find?" He held up the chip without speaking, letting them draw their own conclusions. Harlan frowned, reaching out to take it gingerly between thumb and forefinger. "We need to get this back to Nia," Jay said finally. "She'll know how to decode whatever's on here." Alara nodded, already moving towards their ship. "Let's go then." As they made their way across the yard, Jay couldn't shake the feeling of unease settled deep within him. The tower might be silent now, its cores disconnected and power dispersed, but whatever Vol had set in motion was far from over. The shadows cast by Icaron-Prime seemed to watch them go, as if holding secrets still untold. But for now, they left those mysteries behind, carrying with them a single clue, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Chapter 19. Echoes of steel and starlight. The amber light of asteroid sunset washed over Icaron-Prime like a gentle, warm tide, reflecting off the gleaming surfaces of docked ships and the cold steel of decommissioned platforms. The shipyard, once a fortress of shadowy secrets and illicit trades, now hummed with an open, almost festive energy. Federal overseers in crisp uniforms moved purposefully among the crowds of workers and merchants, their voices echoing through the vast expanse of the yard. Commander J. Corbett stood at the perimeter of the shipyard, his reflection gazing back at him from the polished railing. The steel was cool beneath his touch, a stark contrast to the warmth of Alara's hand as she placed it beside his. He glanced at her profile, the soft lines of her face illuminated by the amber light, and felt a strange mix of pride and trepidation. "I still can't believe how different this place looks," Jay said, his voice barely audible over the distant clatter of machinery and the murmur of conversations. "6 months ago it was a fortress. Now it's open." Alara turned to him, her eyes reflecting the myriad stars beyond the transparent dome that enclosed the shipyard. "Progress has a way of reshaping landscapes," she replied softly. "And people, look at Harlan, he's practically bursting with opinions now that he's chief engineer." Jay chuckled, imagining Harlan Kess, the once reclusive genius, strutting around with a newfound sense of authority. "I bet he is, and Nia, how's she handling her new posting?" "She's thriving," Alara said with a smile. "Signals intelligence isn't exactly a quiet desk job, but it suits her. She's always been more comfortable in the shadows than on the front lines." Jay nodded, thinking of Tomas Myra. The former Vol enforcer had traded his loyalty to a criminal syndicate for immunity and a chance at redemption. Jay wasn't sure how he felt about that arrangement, but Alara seemed convinced it was necessary. "And Tomas?" he asked hesitantly. Alara's expression softened. "He's adjusting. It's not easy to start over, especially when your past is as complicated as his, but he's trying." Jay looked out at the bustling shipyard, his gaze sweeping over the array of vessels docked at the platforms. Freighters from a dozen different Federation worlds, their hulls adorned with logos and emblems, lined up like colorful beads on a string. The sight filled him with a sense of awe and wonder, a testament to the vastness of the cosmos and the resilience of those who traversed it. "Vol's gone," Jay murmured almost to himself. "His network dismantled, his tower in ruins. It feels surreal." Alara leaned into him slightly, her shoulder brushing against his arm. "It is surreal, but it's also a new beginning. Icaron-Prime is more than just an open shipyard now. It's a symbol of what can happen when we work together." Jay felt a pang of something akin to guilt. He had been offered an admiral posting, a chance to step into the highest echelons of Federation command. But the thought of being confined to a desk, making strategic decisions from afar, had left him cold. He was a pilot, a man who thrived on the adrenaline and unpredictability of flight. "I declined the offer," he said quietly, watching Alara's reaction closely. She didn't look surprised. Instead, she offered him a gentle smile. "I know." He raised an eyebrow. "You do? Jay, I've known you long enough to understand that your place isn't behind a desk. You belong out there." She gestured toward the stars, exploring the unknown, pushing boundaries. He felt a warmth spread through him at her words, a mixture of gratitude and affection. "I'm not ready to stop flying," he admitted. Alara nodded. "And I don't want you to. The Federation needs people like you, brave, curious, willing to take risks. But it also needs leaders who can guide from the front lines." Jay turned to face her fully, his hand still resting on the railing. "What about you? You have a mandate now, key routes, expansion of the corridor system." "That's huge," she laughed softly. "It is, and I'm excited about it, but I also know that my role isn't just about overseeing trade routes. It's about building bridges, fostering alliances, and ensuring that everyone, from the smallest independent trader to the largest corporate fleet, has a fair chance to thrive." The amber light flickered slightly as one of the reflectors adjusted its angle, casting a brief shadow over their faces. Jay studied Alara's features, the determination in her eyes, and felt a surge of admiration. She was more than just a brilliant scientist. She was a visionary, a builder of worlds. "What happens next?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Alara looked out at the shipyard, her gaze distant. "Next, we keep moving forward. More ships will come, more people, more opportunities. The Federation will grow stronger, and so will Icaron-Prime." Jay followed her gaze, imagining the future she described. A bustling hub of commerce and cooperation, a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of space. It was a future worth fighting for, worth sacrificing for. "And us?" he asked softly, his fingers brushing against hers on the railing. Alara's eyes met his, and he saw a depth of emotion that made his heart ache. "Us. We keep flying together," she said simply. "Wherever our paths take us." Jay felt a warmth spread through him at her words, a mixture of love and determination. He leaned closer, their breaths mingling in the cool air. The stars above seemed to align in perfect harmony, casting a silver glow over them like a blessing. "Good," he whispered, just before his lips met hers in a soft, tender kiss. It was a promise, a seal on their future, a commitment to explore, to adventure, and to love no matter what challenges lay ahead. When they pulled away, Alara's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. "I never thought I'd find someone who understands me so completely," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Jay cupped her face gently, his thumbs brushing away a stray tear. "Neither did I. But here we are on the edge of something incredible." Alara nodded, looking out at the shipyard one last time before turning back to him. "Here we are," she echoed, "and it's beautiful." As they stood there, hand in hand, the amber light began to fade, giving way to the cool blue of night. The stars above shimmered brighter, their paths clear and unobstructed, a vast canvas of possibilities stretching out before them. Jay took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of metal and starlight, and felt a profound sense of peace. This was his horizon, an edge where danger met discovery, where the past gave way to the future, and where love bloomed amidst the cosmos. "Ready to go?" Alara asked, her voice barely audible over the distant hum of activity. Jay nodded, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. "Always." Together, they walked away from the railing, leaving behind the amber glow of asteroid sunset and stepping into the vast expanse of starlit night. The future was open, filled with routes that were safe to travel, and Jay knew, with every fiber of his being, that he and Alara would navigate those paths side by side. As they walked through the shipyard, their silhouettes blended into the crowd, becoming part of the vibrant tapestry of Icaron-Prime. The echoes of steel and starlight followed them, a symphony of progress and possibility, guiding them toward new horizons yet unexplored. The asteroid's rotation had brought the shipyard to the edge of its day, that peculiar moment known in the lexicon of deep space engineers as asteroid sunset. The reflectors high above, vast concave dishes designed to harvest sunlight for power and warmth, shifted their angles with mechanical grace, bathing the dock faces in a soft, amber glow. It was not the fiery spectacle of a terrestrial sundown, but a more subdued affair, a gentle transition from stark brightness to velvety twilight. Commander J. Corbett stood at the perimeter of Icaron-Prime's sprawling shipyard, his fingers resting on the cold steel of a decommissioned platform railing. The metal was smooth under his touch, worn by years of use and the relentless vacuum of space. Beside him, Dr. Alara Wynne mirrored his posture, her hand close to his but not quite touching. They were silent for a long moment, gazing out at the transformed landscape. The tower that had once dominated the skyline was gone, dismantled with careful precision by teams of engineers and demolition experts. In its place stood a forest of cranes and scaffolding, a testament to the relentless industry of reconstruction. Val's assets were seized, his network dissolved like smoke in the void. The Kither cores, those enigmatic artifacts of alien technology, had been surrendered to Federation Xenotechnology archives, their secrets to be pondered by minds far more learned than Jay's. 6 months, Alara said softly, her breath barely disturbing the still air of the enclosed yard. "It feels like a lifetime." Jay nodded, his eyes tracing the lines of the new structures taking shape. "And yet it feels like no time at all." He turned to look at her, the amber light casting shadows on her face. "You've got your mandate, key roots and expansion, quite the responsibility." Alara smiled faintly. "It's what I wanted. A chance to build something lasting, rather than just reacting to crises." "Well, you deserve it," Jay replied. "More than anyone, really." He paused, then added, "Harlan seems happy in his new role, too. Chief engineer with a salary and a pension. He's been spouting off about structural integrity and energy efficiency nonstop." Alara chuckled. "He always did love the technical side of things. And Nia, how is she adapting to her new posting?" She's thriving, Jay said, pride evident in his voice. Signals intelligence isn't just about decoding messages anymore. It's about understanding patterns, predicting threats. She's got a knack for it. And Tomas? Alara asked, her tone careful. Jay shrugged. He'll testify when the time comes. Immunity in exchange for truth. The Federation doesn't play favorites when it comes to justice. He glanced at her, his expression serious. But we won't see him again after that. It's for the best. Alara nodded, her gaze drifting back to the stars visible through the vast, transparent domes overhead. The constellations were unfamiliar here, twisted and skewed by the gravitational dance of distant celestial bodies. Yet there was a comfort in their constant presence, a reminder of the broader universe beyond Icaron-Prime. I've been thinking, Jay said after another stretch of silence, about what comes next. Alara raised an eyebrow but didn't turn to look at him. And what conclusions have you reached? He smiled slightly. That I'm not ready for a desk job. Not yet anyway. When she remained silent, he continued, I declined the admiral posting. They offered it high-rank strategic oversight, but it felt wrong. Wrong? Alara finally looked at him, her eyes reflecting the amber glow. Jay nodded. Like giving up on something essential. Flying is more than just a job to me, it's who I am. And out here, he gestured vaguely toward the stars, there's still so much to explore. Alara's expression softened. She understood that restless spirit within him, the need to keep moving to seek new horizons. You're not ready to settle down, she said quietly. Never said I was, Jay replied with a gentle smile. But maybe settling isn't the point. Maybe it's about finding places worth returning to. She leaned into him slightly, her shoulder brushing against his arm. The contact was warm despite the chill of the shipyard air. I'll be here, she murmured, when you need to return. Jay felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the reflector's light. He wanted to say more, to express the depth of his feelings for her, but words seemed inadequate in this vast expanse. Instead, he simply said, I know. They stood there for a while longer, hands still on the railing, their breaths sinking as if in some unspoken rhythm. The shipyard hummed around them with the quiet industry of progress. Welders' sparks flickering like distant stars, drones zipping along pre-programmed paths, engineers shouting instructions through comms units. The future was open before them, a canvas of possibilities stretching out into the cosmos. Jay thought about the routes Alara would oversee, the corridors linking worlds and civilizations in a web of commerce and cooperation. Harlan's innovations would ensure those routes were safe and efficient. Nia's keen mind would guard against threats lurking in the shadows of data streams. And he would fly, through nebulae ablaze with color, past planets shrouded in mystery, into the unknown reaches where no Federation vessel had ventured before. There was a freedom in that thought, an exhilaration born of limitless horizons and unbounded skies. Jay, Alara said suddenly, breaking their shared silence, do you ever wonder what's out there? Beyond our roots, beyond known space. He looked at her, seeing the reflection of his own wonderment mirrored in her eyes. All the time, he admitted, but it's not just about what's out there. It's also about who we are when we go looking for it. Alara nodded slowly, and who we become because of it. She turned back to the stars, her voice barely above a whisper. I think that's why I love this place. Not despite its chaos and danger, but because of them. It reminds us what we're capable of, what we can build from nothing. Jay reached out tentatively, his fingers brushing hers on the railing. This time she didn't pull away. Instead, her hand curled around his, fitting perfectly against his palm. The gesture was small yet profound, a silent vow spoken in the language of shared dreams and unspoken hopes. As they stood there, hands entwined, watching the amber light fade into the deeper hues of asteroid night, Jay felt a profound sense of peace. This moment wasn't about grand gestures or heroic deeds. It was about quiet strength, about knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. Alara, he began, his voice steady despite the emotions swirling within him. What happens next? She glanced at him, her lips curving into a soft smile. I don't know. Jay returned the smile, feeling lighter than air. Good. They leaned against each other, their breaths mingling in the cool air, their gazes fixed on the stars. The future was open, yes, but it wasn't empty. It was filled with potential, with adventures yet untaken and discoveries waiting just beyond the horizon's edge. And for now, that was enough. That was everything. The final scene fades out, leaving the listeners in anticipation. Chapter 21, End Credits, End of Audiobook, Horizon's Edge number 4. The Tower of Icaron-Prime. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please like and subscribe.